Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, Bobby boys, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in those eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Let it We are supremacy. We are supremacy.
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky. The heart my world moves to kill.
monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it burns the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the last matchup, the semifinals. It's Philippines versus Philippines. Real quick, before we break down this whole matchup, we want to thank our sponsors, of course. This is powered by Moonton, supported by, of course, TikTok, our official content partner, Secret Lab, our official gaming chair, Esports Chart, the analytical partner out there, and also our official media partners, EGG Network and MeWatch. Again, guys, I'm Naisu, joined here at the table with Eterna and Scrubby Cheeks. How you guys feeling?
I'm nervous. I'm completely nervous because this is going to be the last match before we head into the grand finals. So this is all stakes, all or nothing here for both of the Filipino representatives.
Yeah, semi-finals, definitely a huge, exciting match that we witnessed. And RSG Philippines, we've just seen them play games as well and drop to the lower bracket, so you know they're gonna be hungrier.
Yeah, and before we dive more into this matchup itself, we want to let you guys know, of course, we have the MSC events preview going on. The pass is in game. You can claim quite a bit of prizes. There's emotes, there's graffiti, there's a special skin, the Jawhead one, which a lot of people are actually after, and a ton of other things.
Yeah.
Eterna, have you gotten it?
Yes. Yes, of course. And for those of you who want to have like a sneak peek into what's the Farsa MSC skin look like, you guys can actually go to the venue. For those of you in the venue, Someone is cosplaying it, so no, that's actually the real Farsa.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
I would say
misspoke
that.
there.
I mean, I saw the cosplay earlier.
Oh,
I
it's
didn't
not a
unfortunately.
cosplay.
It's okay, the real Farsa, but
Yeah.
this is also real. Okay, talent predictions. All right, let me do a little explanations here, right? We can see what you guys are all voting for. Why is mine blank? Well, you know, I am from the Philippines here, guys. It's hard. It's a tough decision because I'm a huge fan of RSG Philippines. I've made that known in the broadcast on the Philippines, but also, again, my middle name is literally Omega, right? It's Joseph Charles Omega for people out there, and so it's tough. You know, I could not decide here.
So you don't
Okay.
you don't want to be biased to go Omega
Yes.
because that would seem like you're just doing that because that's your middle name.
Kind of, yeah. But either way, I mean, I appreciate your guys' predictions here. And I know a lot of people were wondering, like, are we going to have a grand final end up being Philippines versus Philippines? Well, that's not going to happen anymore, right? Because, Eterna, we've got RRQ waiting pretty much for either of these teams from the Philippines. And, yeah, I can see what you're doing. What are you
Waiting
pointing
at the top, bro.
Well, we've had a lot of banter here, right? Through the past days, and now, again, the matchup that we've been waiting for a lot of people out here, actually, RSG Philippines versus Smart Omega.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting. Omega, you know that they thrive in these lower brackets. And Naisu, you said they were basically molded in lower brackets as
Yeah.
well. So you know these teams, they are going to bring us cool games today. You can see they're already ready here. RSG Philippines marching out of their rooms, making their way on stage.
From the Philippines, RSG Philippines. There you go, right? This is the team that won that MPL Season 9 Philippines Championship. And this is pretty much a rematch too, right? For those that aren't aware, RSG Philippines versus Smart Omega was the MPL Season 9 pretty much match that they had. It was 4-1 in favor of RSG Philippines. So let's see, again, if the Kings of C can defend that title and maybe get a little bit of a revenge too.
Yeah, team favorites, tournament favorites. It's going to be the King Slayers here in RSG-PH, and I'm wondering how this is going to go down because like you mentioned, it is a rematch here for both teams, but on the flip side, it is the King of the Seas themselves, the defending champions, and the lower bracket Slayers. So this is where they shine, and we're going to see how they do today.
From the Philippines, Omega Esports.
King Slayers up against Omega, defending champions. Wow, and you can see Omega looking really confident after taking their previous match in a very, very convincing fashion. Now on stage here, live at MyTech Kuala Lumpur.
This is crazy, right? They're coming off momentum, like you just mentioned, Scrubby Cheeks. I mean, a very clean series for them. And this is going to be a test, right? Are these guys going to be the first back-to-back MSC champions? This is, again, where it starts. You can see the camaraderie here. Again, these are two very familiar teams. They highly respect each other. And this is just going to be a series just battling out where both, I mean, fans across the Philippines and the world will definitely be cheering for their favorite.
The battle of the brethren, as
Yeah.
I'd like to see it, because on paper, you know, when we take a look at both teams, they both are really good, right? We had so many doubts about Omega because it didn't seem like their switch was popped off, but man, in that previous game, did they pop off. They basically broke the switch. But now we're going to see a little look into both coaches here. It is going to be Coach Gee as well as Coach Pakbet going up on stage.
Yeah, and this is, so again, right, it starts with the mastermind, the coaches, and both teams have, I mean, very, just a lot of the times when you think about either Coach G or even Coach Pakbet here, we've seen some pretty crazy things pull out, but also both teams have pretty, I mean, you could say distinctive play styles, but let's go ahead and take a look at the team lineup here for RSG Philippines. It's going to be Emon, Light, Aqua, Demon Kite, and Navs.
Yeah, that playstyle, clean and calm and collected. They know their timings in the game, but on the other hand, we also have team lineup from Omega, Kelra, Chaknu, E2 Max, Ryzen, as well as Renzio.
Man, this team is also, in a sense, clean, but I wouldn't say as much because they rely heavily on that momentum. So can Omega find that momentum like they did in that previous match, or will it be RSG-PH with a clean-cut victory? As now we're going to take a look at the team head-to-heads here between both teams.
Yeah, and like I said, right, this is the showing of that grand final from Season 9. We can see a lot of favor here on the side of RSG Philippines. But I gotta say, right, again, this is the territory that Smart Omega really loves. That kind of pressure on them. I don't know why it works so well, to be honest. Like the switch that they flip on in the lower bracket settings, the rise that they had even in the regular season, I can't explain it, right? So they should be able to just do the same thing here, and I'm expecting a much better series than what we saw in the Season 9 Grand Final.
I like the statistic there earlier on when they saw the tower rates, but we'll get back to that in a minute. We can see here the keys to victory for RSG-PH. Not afraid to go Nas, contest Akai and Beatrix. Beware of overextending and actively create space for Iman.
Okay, not afraid to go Nav. So Turner, what do you think that means?
Not afraid to go nuts, basically.
Nuts.
Not afraid to go crazy because they're so clean. Sometimes they don't want to make too many risks, but
Yeah.
because of that, they play a little too safe, and sometimes teams can actually capitalize on that. But on the flip side here, we're going to see the keys to victory here for the side of Smart Omega. Maximize E2 Max's mid lane impact. Chaknu must nullify Light's playmaking, use objective as baits, and last but not least, improve mid to late game transition.
I think, with these keys to victory in mind, Smart Omega has learned so much of these kind of individual things just in this tournament alone to actually really refine their play style here. So we'll see if actually they can bring it into this series. We're going to take a look here at the audience predictions. Okay, Philippines are looking pretty strongly towards Smart Omega. And, I mean, look at the other countries as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised by the one from Philippines. They are heavily in favor of Smart Omega, despite both of these teams being from the same country as well. I don't know, Naisu, what do you think about that?
I mean, I feel like a lot of people in the Philippines really want to see them get that back-to-back MSC title. Again, this is just they're a fan favorite, if you will. RSG Philippines did just make a statement through Season 8, even Season 9, but they call it in the Philippines Barangay Omega, right? This is just a community that has tons of fans all around the world. We've seen it here, and again, that's why I feel like there is a lot of favor that wants to see them succeed here.
But it seems like the ones in my tech are all heavily onto RSG. Should we test it out? Should we test it out?
Go for it.
My tech, for those of you supporting Smart Omega, let's hear yo. No.
I don't.
No one for Smart
There's
Omega.
no Smart
Smart
Omega here.
Omega?
There's no Smart Omega here.
Test RSG before
Maybe
we
they
go
weren't
into the
ready.
drafting
Maybe
phase.
they weren't ready.
Let's try first RSG before we get into the drafting phase.
Scrubby?
Oh, okay, all right. RSG, we saw you on the screen just now. You better make some noise. Let's go, RSG Philippine fans!
There
we go.
Obviously, the RSG fans are here, right? But okay, jumping into the draft for game number 1, we can see the early bans coming out, right? RSG Philippines going to take out the Ling, Beatrix, not surprised there. Smart Omega responds with the Julian and Wanwan bans.
Okay, so we already see respect bans here coming in from RSG. It is going to be the Ling, definitely respecting the side of Omega, and for Beatrix, taking it away as well from the side of Kelra. But on this other side here, we have the Wanwan and Julian, which leaves Franco, Valentina, Akai.
Yeah, all priority picks here. Well, they still have 2 bans, so they can choose to take that out. What do you think is going to be here?
Well, okay, this ban's going to be the Valentina, right? So that's kind of a surprise here, because usually the red side is the one to ban that out, but they go ahead and take out the Franco here. Like you guys mentioned, this leaves options, right? Do they want to go with the Akai? You're going to have to pick one priority hero here because you know that already Smart Omega wants to grab 2. And at this point, RSG Philippines, you have to think, what are we going to build around? There it is the Akai.
I'm wondering if Omega would want to pick up the Fanny. It is still open. Do you think it's a little too early to pull that out? But it does seem like Omega, they want to go for the safe route. It is going to be the Esmeralda, so securing a really good side laner in that EXP. Now, the second pick is the Xavier, so okay.
I think that's a solid choice, right? One of the keys to victory here was to allow Etu Max to really find that moment in the mid lane. And again, Xavier, I feel like a lot of people, they expected a kind of a different outcome for Xavier through the tournament, but it's kind of been a hit or miss. It really depends on how your opposing team plays around that. You know, you're going to have to deal with the CC from the Mystic Fields or the Dawning Lights pretty much on a low cooldown here. But going back to RSG Philippines, they respond to that Esmeralda pick with the Dyroth, which we know is quite a good counter. and they round it out with a Claude pick. So they actually take the Claude here.
Yeah, actually a really early Claude, and I'm a bit surprised by that as well, considering Iman does play Claude, but not as much. Maybe he's just, whoa, choosing to take that away from Kelra, but here we go, it is the Fanny pick on the side of Omega.
Yeah, I thought it would be a bit of too much of a pick, especially in the first game, but it does seem like they want to go for that route. So now RSG-PH, they need to think of a way to be able to counter this Fanny. This Fanny is going to have huge aggression in that early game, can contest all over the map and put pressure on all of these 3 lanes. We need someone like, let's say, the Kufra to be able to deny that from happening.
Let's go.
Well, right now, right,
Your
we
team
from what
is
we've seen
banned.
with Fanny so far, usually in the hands of the teams, just here in MSC is quite a performance, but like you guys mentioned, if you can counter that pick and you don't allow that kind of momentum to already start off from the beginning, because that's what your mission is, right? Whenever you lock in this Fanny, you want to start strong. If you can get an early kill, even a first blood, and get the momentum going, you're pretty much going to set yourself up for a good game in general, until the point where then you have to kind of rely on the rest of your team to carry you through that late game, unless you can end the game early. But from what we know about Smart Omega, they are kind of known as the team that kind of likes to drag things out a little bit, where RSG Philippines, if they get the lead early on, it's kind of rare for them to let it slip through their hands.
I agree. Now we're going to take a look at the last ban here coming in from Omega, and like we just mentioned, it is going to be the Kufra ban. So they really want to allow this Fanny to just be a monster in that early game. They also respect ban the Kagura. So my question is, what is RSG-PH going to choose for that mid lane? Because they have chosen Yves in the past, a Sicilian is possible, as well as that Lilia.
Yeah, they do. Actually, Yves, I mean, Aqua plays that a lot. We say that he's almost synonymous with Yves, in fact. But he does play that Sicilian as well, and that would match very well with the late game scaling of Xavier. What I'm wondering here is this Akai pick, is it going to be in the jungle, or is Light going to play this? I don't think we've really seen Light on that, so it might be Demon Kite.
That's the thing, right? It allows you to be playing around this flex, as we don't know exactly where he's going to go yet. It could go in the hands. It could honestly go in the hands of Demon Kite, but right now the last ban coming out from RSG Philippines, they're going to take out the carry here with the response from Smart Omega. The Cho is locked in, going in the hands of the Mamba himself.
Chuck Mamba on the Cho.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that I said that right,
Yeah,
right?
instead of the Kufra, yeah. Well,
because the last time when he chose the Cho, I said Kufra.
Yeah, I mean...
And Naisu gave me a lot of heat for that. But
Hey.
okay, now we're going to see the second last picks here coming in from RSG Philippines. With the carry being banned away, I'm kind of leaning towards the fact that they might choose someone else with more girth, like more heavy, more sustainable.
Beefy.
Beefy. Just say all the synonyms right now.
I mean, the first word that popped in my mind for, these beefy boys was not girth, but if that works for you, we'll see what RSG Philippines locks in here, and it's going to be Angela. Not sure how, beefy that is, but they lock in the Angela here and the Eve, like you called out earlier, Eterna.
Well, Angela does add to that beefiness, and not so much Angela in and of herself, but the Heart Guard, with this composition, will be able to provide that shield either to Akai, Demon Kite, most likely, or to Iman as well to go in with the Blazing Duet. So that's equally a lethal combo here.
I don't know how I feel exactly about the Angela pick so far, but again, it just depends, right? Because what we've seen from Claude, I feel like some people feel like Claude wins games, and we saw that from earlier today. So it really will depend on how that's played. You also have that Heart Guard to help you out, but Smart Omega locks in a very comfortable hero pick for them in the Masha.
Yeah, going back to your point about the Angela pick, I'm also a little bit, wary about this particular pick because that the side of Omega has the Esmeralda. And as we all know, the Esmeralda is able to absorb these shields. So in a way, it can quote-unquote counter the Angela with the Heart Guard and of course the Yves that goes into that real-world manipulation.
So which team composition are you feeling more here, Eterna?
Omega all the way.
Omega all the way. Scrubby Cheeks, what are your thoughts here?
Well, I actually like RSG-PH. I like the fact that there's the Akai as well as the Angela pick together with the combos. So I guess it just comes down to, now the meat, the execution of these two compositions as well, how it plays out. And here we go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Philippines, cheer for your team because we're jumping into the land of dawn. Game number 1 in the best of 5.
Yes, both teams are going to be competing for their tournament lives here, so everything is at stake for the moment.
It's pretty standard. I mean, okay, jungle-wise, right? Ryzen has to, like I said, he has to be able to get this kind of early momentum started for him. So Chaknu gonna go ahead and protect him as best as possible. There's actually no aggression coming out from RSG Philippines at this start.
Looking at the top lane, I mean, the aggression already coming up in mid lane. Ryzen trying to contest for this little, I think does get it in the end. But I want to talk about the matchup between Nats and Renzio as well. The Dirov, a pretty strong pick, but we know that Renzio is really comfortable on this.
Wait, I totally spaced. That's Esmeralda in the gold lane.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen, right? And it could work for them or against them. But again, it's just going to have to depend on how they play around that, right? We've seen Kelra kind of not pick your typical marksman before. It is in his repertoire of heroes. And again, it just depends on the matchup here in the lane alone. But he's actually going to go pretty aggressive. Luckily, Emon's still going to be okay here. Ryzen also just around the corner. So early kind of pokes, but nothing big just yet.
Yeah, it all depends on how it goes down because on paper it does seem like Amon has the better range. But I guess in the early phase, Esmeralda is stronger until, of course, the Claude pops off on his power spikes. But for the moment, they are relying heavily on those rotations. It seems like Nas is also losing that lane. And this is what Omega wants, right? They want to be able to take this early game. So they want to be able to win those lane matchups so they can roam around the map. But Renzio is forced to retreat here.
Yeah, so he survives that one. Should be able to get the health bar back up. Also, EduMax is there to back him up as well. They don't commit just yet. Turtle is now up, right? So they're in a good position here. Aqua should also be getting that level 4 just now, so he's got that great ultimate ability available to him. Ryzen trying to get here in time, but it's going to be secured already by Demon Kite. Now the heavy spin comes out. Ryzen is taken down. First blood for RSG Philippines. There's the way of the dragon coming out from Chaknu. Has to be careful, though. The flicker in, and they find another. 2 fall down for Smart Omega. This is the momentum that they're looking for.
RSG-PH looking so strong again in the early game. And I want to talk about that in that statistic that he said actually RSG-PH has a lot of a higher percentage in terms of the first tower that they take down. And this is exactly what they're doing. They take the objectives early, but the question is, Omega, we know that they work well under pressure, so it's up to them to come back from this.
The problem is in this particular game, let's say Omega loses that early game, they barely have anything to sustain them into the late game aside from that Xavier. And Chakno is on a single target CC hero, so he can't make those crazy big plays like he can, let's say, on the Kufra. So now it seems like, sure, RSG-PH, they're only leading by 1,000k gold, but in the general scheme of things, Omega, it's not looking too good for them.
Yeah, this kind of goes against their playstyle a little bit, right? They would preferably end this game sooner than later because, like you said, scaling a little bit favorable here in RSG Philippines, whereas, yeah, Chaknu is going to have a hard time finding those targets that he really wants to, especially because I'm pretty sure we can all say it's now sprint meta, right? Sprint 3 across the board for both teams.
Looking at that fight potential, I think yes, Omega is a bit tough for them considering there's a lot of melee characters, save for E2 Max on that Xavier. I guess RSG should also have a hard time trying to go into this backline because they're going to all be protecting E2 Max basically. But Omega, I like that they do have that kind of plan B. The split push potential in the late game, if they do fall off, is also really great.
Not only that, but I think they did a great thing actually just putting Kelra on the Esmeralda, right? So you're not having to face into that counter pick of the Dyroth. So this, again, could work out for them, and they could use that as kind of that frontline body that they need later on. But it just really depends on how they play around that. Now, with this Turtle, the second one of the game, it's going to be half health here. Ryzen trying to find the setup. Mystic Field comes down. It's going to be secured one time again by Demon Kite. There's the hard guard, pushing everybody away with the heavy spin. Ryzen's got to be careful. He takes quite a bit of damage. But right now, RSG Philippines showing discipline.
They took that so easily, and now they are winning a 2,000 gold lead. And it's difficult, right? Because Omega, sure, they have the early game pressure, especially with Ryzen on the Fanny and so on and so forth. But as you can see here, okay, a little skirmish, nothing too fancy just yet. The problem is they have Demon Kite and they also have Light who can help the sustainability of Demon Kite with the Heart Guard as well as that heavy spin coming in as well. So even if Fanny wants to go in contest for objectives, it's much more difficult to do it in terms of execution.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because Light, again, on this Angela, able to pop the Heart Guard. There's actually quite a few targets he can use this on. The best one, in my opinion, would be Emma, especially later on. Because pretty much the job of Claude, right, is to just pop the Blazing Duet. Hold on, Orenzio locked down here again by the heavy spin. Hey, Scrubby Cheeks, you asked, you know, does Demon Kite usually like to play the Sakai? Well, I guess he does because he's doing a great job.
Definitely. I mean, he's 2-0-1 at this point, and pulling off those heavy spins to initiate the fights, to get the objectives, it's exactly what he's looking for. And so far, it's helped RSG-PH dominate and get map control. They've already secured the top tier 1 turret as well, so Omega is slowly losing a little bit of visibility over this map.
And in addition to that, Aqua has just secured that Ice Queen wand. So if we thought that real-world manipulation was a huge threat for Omega in those 5v5 team fights or even pickoffs, it's going to be a little bit worse now that there is going to be additional slow in whenever she pops in that ultimate.
See, so this is kind of weird, right? Because the gameplays which we've been seeing, especially today or in the previous days, has been pretty scrappy, I would say. Especially yesterday or even the last series from today. This is much more objective-based than what we're used to seeing, but again, these are very familiar teams facing each other. They know their play style inside and out. Again, it just depends, what did they learn in this tournament facing against these other teams from the region, and how do they take it into this series? But right now, this is pretty standard. RSG Philippines has a nice, comfortable gold lead here. Another turtle's going to be up. Let's see if actually Smart Omega can contest this one.
Well, it does look like they are trying to be primed for it, you know, clearing up the waves on the top. Renzio also positioning himself in the bush here. Ryzen hanging around, cables flying here, but actually going the other direction, so maybe he might not after all.
Yeah, I think they just accept the fact that, hey, we're not going to get any turtles, right? Just give them up, because we've seen that before. Turtles don't mean everything, but as the Lords come up, you really don't want to just continue to give big objectives away, because that gold gap will continue to build.
But what else can you do? I mean, at this stage, you want to go for the split push. They just seem to be able to read out those movements coming in from Omega.
Oh, okay, Naz doesn't know Ryzen is there. Going to focus on Kelra. Now going to be a 2 versus 1, but he should be fine. Ryzen on the Fanny pick, this is kind of baffling, right? He hasn't really had much impact at all up to this point. He has been trying to get a little bit of vision here and there on the objectives, but so far, when you have a pick like this type of hero, Fanny, and at this point in the game, you don't have any kills, it's tough to get back into position here.
I think that's exactly what he's facing now, taking a lot of damage from Iman here in the mid lane, but it's only going to get tougher. Ryzen, he's 0-1-0 at this point, 2 levels behind, actually now 3 levels behind Demon Kite. So even if he wanted to secure these objectives, he's going to have to risk his life for it. And I'm not sure. Omega, I just feel like they're letting a little bit too much go.
If you think, I mean, what is the game plan here, right? It's literally to take it to the Omega timers, you know, because we talked about it before, that 18 to 20 minute mark might be the time where they're just, at that point, they've got the items they need. But then again, who is going to be the one setting everything up? It could be Chaknu, Etu Max. Also, the damage on the Xavier has proven to be quite deadly later on in the game, especially on a low cooldown. But like you guys said, at this point, there's so many things that Omega has to worry about on the side of RSG Philippines, especially with this type of lead already.
Yeah, RSG Philippines, they have a lot of things to work with. They can go, let's say, go for a 5v5 team fight. They can use the real-world manipulation to get those type of things in motion. And they also have the sustainability and as well as the damage coming in from Iman in the later stage of the game, especially with the Blazing Duet already popping off. But for the side of Omega, they're relying very heavily on E2max because they decided to choose an Esmeralda to put into that late game. And there always is going to be a cap, especially against a marksman. And now RSG Philippines, they have opted to go for that next neutral objective in that Lord, completely uncontested. And Omega, even though they do have the Fanny, they do have a plan B there. They can go for those split pushes, but we don't see that happening.
Yeah, they just give up the Lord here. There's the Dawning Light. They could possibly look for initiation, but they should just continue to buy time. They're going to have to worry about the Lord going in the top lane. Luckily, they still have those tier 1 turret in the mid lane for now, so they don't have to sacrifice that. But again, RSG just showing that objective kind of dominant playstyle right now.
Honestly, nice to Eterna. I am baffled here. This is, I feel like it's not very characteristic of Omega, and especially after we've seen them take 3-0 that set against Falcon that was back-to-back-to-back, but right now Demonkite pinning Ryzen to the wall. It's gonna be secured a kill completely for free as they continue the siege up top with the Lord as well. Kelra hanging around, maybe trying to pull a bit of defense here, but I don't think he's able to do anything. He gets knocked up here for a bit, tries to make the escape. The slows are in. It's not going to be able to take him down just yet.
So like you were saying, Scrubby, right? This is uncharacteristic of Smart Omega because most of the teams that they've been playing with up to this point they've matched that aggression. They've matched that kind of chaos type play style. Whereas RSG Philippines is more known for that kind of calculated strategy type. Let's do things cleanly and objectively. So at this point, that's the game that's being controlled here. Smart Omega, if they can, again, drag this on, it could be better. There's going to be the Dawning Light. That's the lockdown with the heavy spin. Renzio should be fine, though. Kelra also zoning them out, but they committed quite a bit here.
I mean, these are just really, really good macro reads coming in from RSG Philippines. But right now, Omega, okay, I thought they were going to fight back here, but it doesn't seem like they want to take too much of a risk, that knowing that all three lanes are being pushed here for Omega. RSG-PH still leading in terms of economy. So what can Omega do at this stage? What do they need?
Honestly, we need a Mamba play, right? And that's what he's trying to look for, but unfortunately, they don't have that kind of backup potential. Even if he finds one, most likely it's hard to capitalize on it because this is the thing, right? When Kelra picks that Esmeralda, takes it to the gold lane, unfortunately you don't have that kind of switch to just pop on like you have with a marksman, right? You can already see the damage dealt difference here too. It's quite a gap, right? Nats is doing an insane amount of damage on that Dyroth. Now, this could be the initiation. There's going to be the way of the dragon, but Chaknu goes down, taking way too much. Can they return this right under turret? They're running for their lives. Emon has the heart guard. Renzio trying to stop him. There's the Dawning Light. They can't get him just yet, turning them back here. Nas still has the immortality, should be fine. Kelra responds with lots of damage, has to run for the base.
Oh, but it's, oh my god, Kelra was actually almost able to take him down, and that would have been a 3-4-0 trade for the side of RSG-PH. If things were looking grim, now it's looking a little bit worse, but it does seem like Ryzen is looking for a little bit of compensation and is going to be pushing in that bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, now they're pulling the strategy, right? The plan B, the split push. And I'm starting to think that maybe that wasn't the plan B. Like, that maybe that was the plan A after all. Wait for the counter initiations, but right now Demonkite again pinning Ryzen to the wall. And he has nowhere to go. I'm honestly confused right now. On up top though, Kelra, the flicker in by Nas, going deep in, trying to get the kill. Another hit will do the trick, but Renzio comes in for the rescue. Heart guard to save him here. Will it be enough though? Chaknu as well as Renzio going on to him. The heals are so much for him to survive that fight. That is just illegal. That should be made illegal.
Wait, going back to that Lord, right? Well, I'm not sure exactly what the plan there was for Ryzen, but he just kind of watched them take it, and then he got pinned down with the heavy spin, right? So that was unfortunate. And now, Smart Omega has to worry about this Lord marching into the base at the top side. Meanwhile, the rest of them, focusing up here, want to crack open the base as best as possible, get that space. Chaknu could be looking for a moment if he can find one, but they're just kind of outclassed right now. Here comes a rear-world manipulation. Renzio has to run, pops the sprint, should be able to survive. Dawning Light comes out as well. Meanwhile, for now, RSG happy with that one turret.
Omega lives to fight another day with a good defense for that moment. And once again, Ryzen is going to choose to split push and is actually trying to do that in that bottom side.
See, this is the thing, right? If we take a look at the items, it's a little tough, right? Because Fanny, even with that Malefic Roar, it's just the damage is not there. And at this point, you're kind of playing defensively. You're not really going with that game plan, but now Kelra going to be the focus here with the heavy spin. Finds another target. Kelra still alive, though, thanks to that sprint.
Well, it's looking tougher and tougher for Omega, honestly. I'm not sure I even see them coming back from this. They could potentially counter-initiate if they bait out the ultimates from RSG-PH, for example, the heavy spin, the blazing duet, and the real manipulation, even though that's 3 huge ultimates to bait out in the first place. But if they do that, then yes, potentially, but they would have to be very, very patient.
I agree with you. Like, for the side of Omega, who are you supposed to target, right? Because Chaknu only has one opportunity with that Way of Dragon. The problem is Eman is doing damage, Nas is doing damage, and Aqua is doing damage, and Demon Kite is just being super annoying with that heavy spin, really being able to find those pickoffs off the board. So essentially, it's not much to work with at the moment. But for the side of RSG-PH, who do you target? It's so easy. You can just target
Pick
E2
anyone.
Max, and basically the damage is gone.
Yeah, because, I mean, not like if they want to just kind of defense up or turtle up here for Smart Omega, again, you have Emon, right? This is the whole point of also having a Claude, because you force everyone to pretty much disperse once you pop the Blazing Duet, but then you're paired up with the Heart Guard, so it's really a tough, kind of weird, sticky situation for Smart Omega to deal with. And again, even if you buy time at this point, what are you buying time for, right? Look at Naps going against Ryzen, but he should be just fine here. Meanwhile, Lord going to be worked on in the top side of the map. Demon Kite working on that. Renzio and Chaknu just around the corner, but does not have the backup. This most likely would just go over in the hands of RSG Philippines. Again, the heavy spin right on top of Renzio. Should be able to escape because he has that sprint as well. But Nav's now on the focus here. Let's see if they actually can disengage. They should be fine.
A free Lord again going the way of RSG-PH. Might I just point out, we are 16 minutes into the game. The score is 7-0. And this is an Omega with a Fanny, Ryzen on the Fanny as well. I am really lost for words. Like, I'm not sure what to make of this.
Well, Renzio going to be the focus here once again. Chaknu with the flicker away, the Dragon combo. Can they finally find a kill here? Dawning Light does come out. Nav's still going to be alive. Ryzen trying to get back to the base here. Lord will be marching up top, but there you go. Ryzen finally taken down. They have to be able to defend this. RSG Philippines has a couple members low health, but they have the heals. Ryzen trying to help out here, but he just has no damage. Lord's still going to be up in the top. Can they defend this one? They're going to be able to clear that, but they lose a turret in the mid. Dawning Light once again being popped here. It's only a matter of time. They do defend. Chaknu trying to find a moment, but can't get one. Killing spree for Emon, but Light does get taken down here. Now Kelro going to be the focus. Do they have enough minions? Dawning Light once again. This is it. This could be it. The mega kill for Demon Kite. They still have a minion wave coming in. Ryzen trying to find Emon. Look at the damage coming out. Can they end it here? Emon and Demon Kite. Looks like Navs is going to go back. So right now, happy to just take every single turret from the base of Smart Omega.
You know what? Maybe that was the play. Wait until RSG-PH sieged into but Emon in some trouble here.
Ooh.
Oh, pops the battle mirror image to get out. And now the lifesteal not enough to keep him alive. Ryzen gonna get the kill there, but being chased down potentially. Demon Kite looking for the kill, gonna give it up for now. That was, it was strange to watch. You know, Ryzen was just in a base and it felt like a merry-go-round a little.
Yeah.
He was just going in, trying to get a kill, healing up, and then coming back out again. Like right now, onto Demon Kite, gets the Mystic Field stun, but he's just walking away from it completely. Chaknu waiting for him, pops the heavy spin to be able to get away, so Demon Kite disengages successfully.
Wow. I am not sure what just happened. I mean, they are going full throttle at the moment. RSG Philippines, it seems like they want to end it as soon as possible. And I'm not really sure why. They do have better scaling into that late game, and it is Omega's game to lose. But what I was caught off guard was the itemization coming in from Light. I'm wondering if we can get a peek into that, because if I'm not mistaken, it was the Holy Crystal here being made by Light, who is on that Angela. I don't think I've ever seen that itemization on that before.
Well, you know, Light just wants a little more magic damage here. It will help him out. There's the items. You can take a look.
See?
Like you said, yeah, there it is, right? So he's actually built quite well, especially just paired. A lot of times he's using that Heart Guard on Emon here, and it's proving to be pretty worthy. His heals are also pretty strong at this point. So I gotta say, though, even given the fact here at this point, 20 minutes of game, this could be considered Smart Omega time, right? This is the time for them to really just get things together, pop off. That's why you see, okay, there it is. Light is taken out by the Dawning Light, and now the Lord could be for the taking. Renzio getting attention for himself. Let's see if they actually decide to push a go here on this next big objective. Meanwhile, Dawning Light comes out once again, forcing RSG Philippines back.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess Omega, like you said, this might be their time and they're slowly coming back. Maybe they were just waiting for this moment to be farmed up and start taking these these hits here. Renzio going in for a Demon Kite. E2 Max's snipe misses for the moment, but zones them out a little bit. And now Omega, the position on the Lord. They are starting it up, but the knock up here onto Demon Kite. He's immobilized, pops a heavy spin to get away from the fight. And it looks like actually this Lord is gonna go the way of Omega. Iman takes a lot of damage in the backline as well, so no contest from RSG-PH.
This is crazy. What is going on here? This is why they're the comeback kings here. Smart Omega down pretty much the entire game. And again, it gets to that time frame, that 18, for some reason, I don't know what it is about the 18-minute mark, but then they just decide to just give everything a go. They find those picks that they want to, and now they have this minor advantage right now, right? They're going to have to deal with the Lord. RSG Philippines still has great clear, so they have to work around that. They need to be able to manage these waves a little bit more, make sure that they utilize having this Lord play available to them. Damage dealt already. Again, look at Etu Max's damage. He's slowly but surely gotten to this point. As you can see, he's pretty much got a dawning light every 15 seconds or so. So right now, that is a big obstacle for RSG Philippines to handle.
Yeah, Light needs to kind of itemize better. I think that Holy Crystal was a little bit too greedy. And honestly, whenever I see RSG-PH fall on top of all these team fights that happen, it's because of the miscalculation that the Heart Guard can actually bring to the table. And if Light is not a part of that equation, it's easier for Omega because they have a composition in where they are heavily reliant on these skills. So once the Way of Dragon pops off, it's not gonna be another while until they get that back.
Yeah, definitely. RSG-PH needs to watch out for their positioning. The snipes coming from E2 Max, like right now, is going to put out damage onto Iman as well. Going to heal that up pretty quickly with the, I believe Haas's Claws, but still, you cannot afford to take these pokes from Omega because, you know, Chaknu can always flicker in with the Way of Dragon. Nas trying to cause some disruption here in the backline onto Kelra. Renzio responds with just a lot of hits here. Dawning Light comes through, doesn't do any damage at all, but Demon Kite uses the heavy spin to just force a retreat.
This is crazy, right? RSG Philippines with their backs against the wall now, so the Mystic Field's going to go here. Smart Omega should be able to grab another turret if they can just buy a little more time for those waves to push in. They've got great clear themselves. You can see and respect the work that Renzio is doing too, right? This Masha pick is very comfortable for him. And right now he's actually being quite a nuisance for RSG Philippines.
And due to that fact, what initially was a 10,000 gold lead for the side of RSG-PH is actually shrunken to only 4,000. So Omega, they really are catching up. They really are the comeback kings in this particular situation. And we already see that E2 Max build towards that glowing wand, so he does have additional DOT, but wait a minute.
Nap's gonna be in trouble, has to flicker out, still has immortality too. Dawning Light is enough to pop it, so no more immortality for Naz. Nice pick there. Again, this is just small decisions that Smart Omega is making here, and it's winning them the game so far. Demon Kite forced to pop the heavy spin. Shouldn't be able to get anything here, just uses it defensively, but time after time, Smart Omega showing their confidence here, even being down for the majority of the game.
See, so this is what we talked about. Omega in the later part of the game right now, 23 minutes in, they're all going to be so tanky. Eterna, you said, right? Beefy, girth.
Yeah.
Girth.
Yeah.
They
very,
have so
very
much.
girth.
The only person you want to go for is E2 Max, but you can hardly reach him.
Again, that's the strength of having this Xavier pick, right? Because at this point, this is when it's really easy for Xavier just to kind of sit back, get those the CC off, pop out the Dawning Light for the damage, and now we can see even Lord here going to be worked on. Look at Renzio pushing Aqua back, so he already zones him now. Demon Kite going to be in trouble here. 3 members focusing him down. Etu Max looking to set up here. There's the Heart Guard. Emon looking for a play. Pops the Blazing Duet. Has to go back. Chaknu quite low here. Renzio looking to follow up, but they don't find it. Now Nas pushing back. It's a push and pull so far. No one committing to the Lord just yet.
But on the side of RSG, they've expended a lot of ultimates just to try to get an engage onto Omega, but they've basically done no damage. I think the Blazing Duet missed the mark on E2 Max as well as Ryzen. RSG gonna go ahead to still start up this Lord. They still have that ult on Aqua potentially, but here comes the Dawning Light, and Iman now takes so much damage. Backs away with the Battle Mirror image. It is Omega's turn to take the aggression.
Oh, man, you can see them just kind of trying to pretty much force each other to make mistakes, right? No one wants to fully commit on that Lord just yet, but look at the damage coming out, right? Emon has to be super careful because if he does not have
kind of a conscious decision on where he's going with the placement. He does take quite a bit of damage now, especially if Renzio continues to zone out Aqua. Aqua has done a great job not dying, right? But he is being stopped here, especially with that real-world manipulation setup, and that's really their advantage, especially around the big objectives like this Lord. It's 25 minutes in.
I mean, at this stage, if we take a look at the items here in the 25th minute, it does seem like RSG-PH have now opted to respect the damage output that E2 Max can have. All 5 of them have secured their Athena shield, so maybe, just maybe, that won't be too much of a factor, of course, unless that Xavier builds more penetration. He already does have the Divine Glaive on the board, and additionally, with that glowing wand, he can burst through all the members, even have an additional DOT for beefier members like Demon Kite as well as Nats.
Demon Kite going ahead to start up this Lord here. I think he's just baiting it at this point. Omega, though, they are in position to be able to dive into the backline as well. Nas coming from the flank, finds Kelra, just brawls it out a little in the middle. In the meantime, though, Ryzen just taking all these objectives in the macro play. Dawning Light comes through, puts out some damage onto Nas as well as Demon Kite. But now RSG-PH, they want to chase Eman with the Blazing Duet, and the hard guard, but gets caught by the way of Dragon. Pops Battle Mirror Image to get out safely off that fight, and now Omega, they're on the hunt. Ryzen finds Nas in the backline. It is 1 kill traded out between 2 teams, but E2 Max fallen. I say that's a win for RSG.
Okay, a 1-for-1, right? But I still think it's a little too risky for each team to even start the Lord here. But both sides, right? No turrets left in their base. That was a great workaround from Ryzen too to go ahead and grab those turrets, because first he got the top one, then he ended up making his way down to the middle, and it worked out. So now they kind of both have that equal front. Again, it comes down to who gets this Lord. We can see both teams starting up around it. Big pickup here. Renzio might be looking to push back Emon. He does not want to have Aqua or Emon free reign here. So Demon Kite still going to work on it. Chaknu there too. Ryzen does not have a care in the world for this Lord as he's still in the base. There's the focus here. Chaknu takes quite a bit of damage. Renzio pops the immortality. Emon gets the heart guard. There's the heavy spin. Renzio still alive though, quite tanky himself. Falling Star Moon comes in. Look at Ryzen at the base. He doesn't end it. 1 hit away. And luckily Aqua was there.
Yeah, what I was about to mention is it was so risky for RSG Philippines to actually go onto that Lord, actually commit to it, because Omega were pushing both lanes, mid as well as top, with no care in the world, like you mentioned. That was so close to being Omega's game, and now RSG Philippines, they're aware of that. This is a huge possibility that they can take, and Omega, they might not be able to pull the same thing twice.
This is it, Plan A. Plan A all along, just split push, go in the base and backdoor it. Right now, honestly, they have the chance to backdoor this if they really wanted to, but they're going to go ahead with the Lord here. Already half HP, Iman! Again caught by Renzio in the backside. Hard guard, not enough to save him. Kelra with the shields is going to be able to counter that entirely. Nas is in trouble. Dawning Light gets him and puts him down, and now the Lord all the way up Dragon as well onto Demon Kite. Pops the heavy spin. Will he be able to get out? Aqua in the backline getting caught by Renzio. Demon Kite steals the Lord. How does he do this? Getting punished now for it though. E2 Max puts out the damage, puts out the pain on him, and Aqua, they secure the deal. Demon Kite, the only one left here, shut down by Kelra. The double kill line is all alone.
4 members have been taken down for the side of RSG Philippines. It is a Lord on the way in that mid side, but will Omega use this opportunity to finally take game number 1?
And they're going to work on this Lord here. They have pretty much everything they need in their favor to end the game here. It's only a matter of time. Smart Omega takes game number 1 from RSG Philippines.
Smart Omega with a comeback victory, a huge upset for RSG as they were the ones controlling that game from the early up until that mid-game. But as you mentioned, when it entered that 18 minute, that is when Omega starts going strong.
What?
Yeah.
What?
I know.
One shot Omega. Yo.
Hey, that's game number 1, right? And we said it. Smart Omega timers are real, and this proves it. So, hey, what a performance from Smart Omega.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane. You know, we all doubted Omega in the beginning. We were like, what is this draft here? I don't understand. With Kalra in the gold lane, Ryzen also not getting the early kills that we thought he would on this Fanny, but my goodness, Smart Omega taking this victory, one so far over RSG-PH. We're gonna see what exactly happened. The analysts are gonna break it down for us. So please help us here. Take it away.
Welcome to the stand at your service. My name is Leo, joined here by LaFell. We're about to break down game number 1 in this best of 5, the PH versus PH MPL Season 9 Grand Finals, a rematch. It was a very creative draft from both teams, and Light was looking to give his Angela 100% win rate, but Smart Omega said, nah, not today.
I want to quote my favorite emote. Nani? Because look at that game, right? Okay, here's the thing. The draft is very interesting because from the side of RSG, they have a clear win condition. And the thing is, Omega is like, yo, we fought you guys so many times. We know what you guys are thinking. So the way that they drafted was really to directly control the win condition for the side of RSG. And there's a lot to break down from the items, from the emblems, as well as how they played.
Coach Pakbet really brought it up a notch. He got so creative, and to be fair, it's not the first time we've seen the Filipino Savage play a side lane fighter, the likes of Esmeralda. But once we bring up the items, once we bring up the picks and the stats, it'll make more sense exactly what just happened in this nigh 30-minute bout. 29 minutes it took for Omega to make the full comeback. Let's go ahead and check out the details here. LaFell?
Yeah, right now let's look at Light, because even our caster, she was like, this is a little bit too risky, making a lot of damaging items over here. So the thing about Angela, the more magic items you have, the more beefier the shield is gonna be. Having that Holy Crystal when she's level 15, maximum amount of magic power there, it looks good, but look at Kara on the Esmeralda. Your shield does not exist in my eyes.
And this final item build from Kelra is not reflective of how he won this game, all right? Rachel was onto something. The way that this Angela was built actually plays the whole map. Can clear the waves with the magic, with the love waves, and can just do what she wants to do. I mean, it's Light. And get into Kelra, get into Eman, that is, get into Nats. Most everybody are good targets for the Hearthguard, but just real quick to explain why Kelra has those items, it was just for the full siege.
Yeah, but again, looking at the damage over here, a lot of damage from Iman, 127,000. But the thing is, going up against Omega, 206,000 damage from Atomax. Like, the caster said it, he's the only one dishing the damage, but with 200,000 damage, I feel like it's fine. I feel like it's fine.
It made sense, and 30,000 taken throughout an almost 30-minute game. It just shows you again how Atomax is a mastermind when it comes to making space and using that to your advantage. I could have sworn once everybody had Athena shields, it would have been okay, but Omega, again, Atomax plus Kelra, it's those two. It's a lethal combo.
Either way, I gotta say, for the side of Iman, it was difficult for him to really dish out the damage because looking at the items, it's not really that well put out. But either way, right now we gotta look at the MVP of the game. And come on, 200,000 damage. How can he not be the MVP?
Yep, it's the captain of the barangay. He's rocking a full slew of magical items. He sold his boots somewhere down the line. It doesn't matter. He has a sprint, and it's a perfect mix of just burst, penetration, cooldowns, magic reduction, and the Scorch just for good measure.
Yeah, the penetration is great, but yeah, the Scorch, making sure that even when they want to recall, it's going to be very, very difficult. Either ways, looking at this game, the point that I wanted to touch on is that the Claude with a Demon Hunter Sword, the thing is, Demon Hunter Sword does not penetrate shields, so Kelra could take a lot of damage, and I feel like in the highlights that we're about to see, we gotta look at Renzio as well as Kelra because both these players really focus on the Claude.
Yep, it speaks about what these two teams are trying to do. We'll start at the 2-minute mark. It's clear. RSG-PH, they have great coverage. They can take team fights, they can take objectives, they can isolate, they can space out. But Smart Omega, what they were trying to do is they were trying to play the whole map. It was a long con, ladies and gentlemen. It's like the Martells from Game of Thrones. They were trying to do so many things, and it just needed all of the pieces to fall into place. They had to have all of their turrets taken out for this to start.
Yeah, and we saw, like, they tried to end as fast as possible because they know that Smart Omega, they'll figure out a way And they did. Because every single time Iman goes in, he tries to dish out the damage. Well, Ranzio will try to pick him off. And then once he's low enough, like, look here. He had no HP. He had a lot of shield, but Kara, you know, I don't care. Shield doesn't exist to me.
Yep. Again, from the beginning of the game, as soon as they got in after the draft, Coach Macbeth, all of Omega knew what the master plan was. It was to collapse onto certain players and Renzio, the showstopper, to make the rounds and space out those who could stop the plan. And Ryzen, it's usually, when you see a Fanny, there are two kinds, right? It's the Assassin Fanny on the likes of Gary from RNG Sports, and this, whatever Ryzen was thinking here, that's a different kind of Fanny.
His opponent was the turrets, and hey, that's how you win the game. Either way, this is a spectacular showing of Mobile Legends prowess where you never give up. There's always a way. There is always a way.
Yep, they redefined and reset the Omega timers to about 30 minutes. But again, this is MSC. We gotta bring it up a notch. At your service again, I'm Leo, this is LaFell. Let's throw over to Mara and see what's going on behind the scenes.
RSG Philippines. Right now, they're talking about not letting their opponent take the tempo away from them. Let's take a peek at what's happening inside. They're having the huddle right now. They're all talking to each other. Let's give them a private moment. That's Coach Panda on the laptop right below them. He's in the Philippines, giving them directions and giving them motivation. Let's close the door and let's give them some privacy. Just an inside scoop about what happened right before they entered this game versus Smart Omega. Coach G actually took them outside to have a breath of fresh air. They wanted them to release their emotions about the upset that happened with the loss versus RRQ Hoshi. And the most emotional player of all was Emin. He was apologizing to his teammate and he was quite upset, saying sorry. He felt that it was his fault that they lost that game. But his players, all the team of RSG Philippines told them a loss is a loss. They win together, they lose together. They assured him that no one is to blame for that. So right now, they've reset, so that's no one's fault right there also versus Smart Omega. They're always glued together, never blaming anybody for the mistake. And now they're moving on for game number 2. We're gonna take a look at Smart Omega. You're feeling okay?
I'm all good.
All good, all good. Go ahead, go inside. Let's take a peek. Oh, they took a break outside, so no one is there yet. Now we're gonna see them walk in. For the side of Smart Omega, they're actually feeling really good. Right before they came into today's game, they had a lot of coffee, ordered a lot of food. Let's take a look at them right now. Take a look, they're quite serious at the moment. Now, the last person to come on, Coach Why Not, was talking to the team and reminding them exactly why they're here. The team answered, we're here to defend the crown. Now, Coach Why Not stopped them and said, but first, we have to defeat the team that eliminated them in the grand finals of MPL Season 9. They're used to the lower bracket. They just asked them, who are you guys? King of the Sea, One Shot Omega. That is their battle cry. Now we're going to game number 2. This can be anybody's game. There you go. Now let's see what the casters have to say. Casters, come on in.
There we go. We can feel the kind of tension between both teams. Mara, thank you very much. You're doing a great job there. Both teams locked and loaded, but I gotta say, Smart Omega looking very confident. They're, 4-game win streak at this point, right, from the last series. I feel like RSG Philippines needs to kind of just, as I said, go outside, get the breath of fresh air, and just kind of regroup.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they also tried to do when they went out. You know, breath of fresh air. Hopefully they come back even stronger. But right now, for those of you who are watching us, don't forget to tune in to the TikTok Live Carnival. It is currently underway. You can earn your MLBB MSC points and win some MLBB rare skins while you're at that. So just open up your game, participate in all these events to win massive, massive rewards.
Yeah, take advantage of it because there's only a couple days left of that. Tons of freebies for you guys. And also, don't forget, when that QR code pops up on your screens too, please do scan that. It's a survey. Let us know how we're doing here at MSC 2022. Now, focusing on game number 2, Eterna, you made some good points with the last draft. Even the analysts thought so, right? So, I mean, considering the draft, right, we talked about the pacing, the strategies of both teams.
Yeah.
What do you think, in your opinion, what does RSG Philippines need to do here for game number 2?
I think it's all mental. You know, I think that, like Mara mentioned in that interview, maybe it's hit them in quite a way that because they lost to RRQ Hoshi, that their mentality isn't in the right spot, right? So they need to reset as a team. They've got it. They are the champions of MLBB Season 9, and they were there for a reason.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Before, it pretty much started out as RSG Philippines, again, in that Season 9 Grand Final. It was a 4-1, so already Smart Omega onto a good footing here. Scrubby Cheeks, you've seen them play time after time now. They're performing, Smart Omega performs so well in the lower bracket, under pressure. Do you think they found their stride here? I mean, they look very confident and comfortable. What do you expect? I mean, are they going to change things up? We kind of had some questions on that Kelra Esmeralda pick in the gold lane, but that just shows how dynamic of a player he is, right? He doesn't always need that Beatrix. He doesn't always need those marksman picks. Are we going to see something similar here for game 2?
Yeah, I mean, sure does look like it. If it was an experimental pick, it worked out well. So I think really the onus is on RSG-PH here to be able to respond to that. And honestly, with the Esmeralda, they still had picked the Angela into it, which you know is a counter. Esmeralda will counter that shield. So maybe RSG also going to revise their draft a little bit here. First ban going to be on the Ling. For the side of Omega, going to be Julian. So across the board, still the usual priority picks. I think we can expect to see the 1-1, the Franco, Valentina as well. Maybe even the Akai.
Yeah, I mean, Akai, that's what they prioritized last game, right? But I feel like it worked to a certain extent, but again, just Smart Omega with their strategy kind of countered that whole idea. So we're going to see some respect ban coming out here now from RSG Philippines. They take out the Xavier. They don't want that to go in the hands of Etumax anymore, especially after grabbing that Game 1 MVP. So that's taken off the board. Smart Omega takes out 1-1. That's not going to get picked here. It is pretty much, I would say, at this point, a standard ban to ban out that 1-1.
So now we'll see what happens next year. They do have the option to ban out the Valentina as well as that Franco. So that is definitely still on the table, as well as the Beatrix. So I'm wondering if this time around the Beatrix is going to still be left open, because I don't know, we always say, right, that the drafting phase is so important, but what Omega pulled out in game number 1 should have been impossible, but they still managed to do so. So the Akai is going to be the ban here for game number 2. And that leaves open the Valentina. Will red side Omega ban this out, or will they leave it open?
To be fair, I feel like Valentina at this point, so far from what we've seen, she's a little overrated, I would say. I mean, so far, yes, you get the chance to steal ultimates. Yes, you kind of force the enemy team to just go ahead and be very conscious of the heroes that they're picking because Valentina on the other side. But so far, the performance, I mean, it hasn't been anything impressive. But what has been impressive is Franco in the tournament, and there you go, RSG Philippines gonna lock that high priority hero pick in for Light.
Yeah, I wanted to point out that RSG this time has the first pick, and we've seen them perform pretty well when they have this priority and gonna secure that Franco for Light. So this is important for them. I think not only is this a comfort hero, it is also that Light is able to make the plays in the early game, and it's very important because RSG, once they have momentum, then they are able to get more confidence. Like Eterna said, right? This is all about the mental, the mindset. If they can go back into their comfort zone, reset a little bit, I think this might help with their confidence. They are going to go ahead and pick up the Derov as well as Kagura as well. So helping, I think, Nas at least secure that lane matchup there up against Renzio Esmeralda. But Omega comes in with the Valentina.
on the board here for the side of RSG Philippines. With the Kagura being put into their hands, it is a huge, huge, huge hero for Aqua, and Omega has opted to use that Valentina. Now, the thing is now RSG Philippines, they have the option to maneuver around this, as we're gonna see, because the only thing you need to do is be aware of the IMU, the ultimate coming in from Valentina. And how do you do this? Just don't choose heroes with huge mind game breaking ultimates.
Ultimate.
I mean, we can hear you loud and clear now, Eterna, and there you go, right? So they lock in the Valentina, and we were just talking about that. So let's see how this plays out in this game. But next ban's going to be Smart Omega takes out the Clint here. So these are going to be bands focused on the gold lane matchup, right? Now, the Beatrix is already there for Smart Omega. We know the history here of this hero, especially on the Filipino Savage himself. What does RSG Philippines want to look here to just kind of counterplay around that? Because they've obviously played against each other many times. Scrubby Cheeks, what do you think they're going to lock in here going against that gold lane matchup?
Well, they're taking out the Atlas band here, so RRQ still suspecting that this is not going to be a Valentina roam like we saw earlier in the game. Probably going to be a Valentina mid, which means that they are missing that roam as well as the jungler here. I would think that Renzio, he does play a lot of assassins, although utility jungler, but they have themselves banned out the Fanny and the Ling. So, I don't know, maybe a Lancelot or a Karina is still available.
Yeah, those are options that definitely Omega can take. But now RSG-PH, they start to have limited the hero pool coming in from Chaknu, right? So what I do expect is probably a Kufra ban, but if they think that's too expensive, they of course can limit that jungle position and ban out someone like the Karina, but it won't be the Kufra, it actually will be the Lolita ban here coming through for the side of RSG Philippines. And now Omega have the option to, firstly, they could secure a jungle or they could secure a comfort hero like the Kufra.
If they take the Kufra, that would be a great option because I believe Chaknu's 3 for 3 on that Kufra, right? So 100% win rate so far that he's pulled it out during this tournament. It is available, but also, is that the best case scenario for Smart Omega right now? It could work really well, but again, it's going to be up to them how they want to play around that because Valentina, still, you kind of have a lot of variability, flexibility, what you decide to go with, but actually, okay, they don't go with the Kufra. They're going to lock in the Selena here for Smart Omega.
25% win rate there on the Selena, surprisingly, but they still go ahead to lock that in. A little bit squishy, I think, looking from the side of Omega, currently their lineup. So I think the last one, I don't know, maybe a Baxia jungler, potentially something more beefy. For RSG-PH though, they're gonna lock in, there you go, the Karina and the carry.
Okay, this is quite interesting, right? Because face value, Selena has not done particularly well in MSC, but what she does give to the side of Omega in terms of composition is the fact that she can leave these abyssal traps around the board and gain map vision to prevent the Franco from being able to hit when they don't expect it. So that's maybe something that they are trying to do. But for the last pick here coming in from Omega in that jungle position, I have to agree with you here, Scrubby Cheeks. I think they need a little bit more of a hero that can sustain. So I do prefer that Baxia in that jungle position, but what about you, Nice?
We're going to find out here in a couple seconds what they lock in for the jungle, and it's going to go ahead and be a Balmond here.
Okay.
So a pretty safe choice, I would say. I mean, we've seen him pop up a couple times, but this is good, right? This could work out really well because, again, you are playing around having that Valentina, and honestly, the best value ultimate on the other side here for Smart Omega to take would be probably that Bloody Hunt, right? Because that's typically what we see here. Scrubby Cheeks, which draft for the team are you feeling more here?
Looking at the drafts, actually, I'm a bit torn. I do like that last pick locked in on the Bellman. I think that changes up things a little bit, but I feel like RSG-PH, they're playing on comfort here. So I feel like that's going to be an advantage for them. Taking a last look here at the compositions between these two teams, RSG-PH and Smart Omega, as we dive into the Land of Dawn.
And ladies and gentlemen, here we go as we jump into the land of Dawn. Game number 2. Will Smart Omega continue the momentum that they have?
Looking at the draft here, they definitely do have the early game as well. Selena, I think like you said, not just the abyssal traps, they will want to land a lot of arrows to give them that momentum, but at the same time, don't forget that there's light there with the hook, and it comes out on the Chaknu damage from Iman. Flicker, burn, one last hit will do the trick. Iman will try to secure it. There you go. First blood to the carry on the side of RSG-PH.
Okay, great start there, right, for RSG Philippines for this game number 2. They grab an early kill. Not only that, but it goes in the hands of Emon. This is great for your early game kind of gold laner to get that kind of that lead that they need as they transition into the later part of the game. Look at Light, too. He's actually just parking himself there against Kelra's lane. This could give him the advantage if he can get those iron hooks off. Continue to snowball Emon here on that carry.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, you know that Iman's going to get pushed by Kelra here, especially on this V-Trick. So going to get super, super pressured. And I think by Light being there, it's also forcing Chaknu to be in the bottom lane. So Nas is probably going to have a better time here using that natural matchup up against Renzio on this Esmeralda to pressure down the lane. And I think right now we can see they are, on the bottom side though, Light goes down to Chaknu, but we probably an abyssal arrow landed there and unfortunately lost his life. So Omega actually scoring 1 to even up the kill count. 1:1 at this point. We're gonna see Ryzen rotating now on the top side. The Bellman looking for this next objective. The turtle is already spawned, so they have some sort of priority, but RSG-PH, they are here to contest this.
Oh man, the turtle going to be taken here. Nas pumping out quite a bit of damage with that Abysm Strike, but meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the solo kill goes over to Kelra, but the turtle secured here by Demon Kite. So action after action on both sides of the map.
Yeah, already trades happening on the board here for both teams, but it does seem like they were able to secure that turtle first. So now we'll see how they are going to respond to this. Understanding they do have a really good early game composition. They do have Light to be able to look for these pickoffs, but like we mentioned before, Chakno is doing a really good job just surveying and opening up the map for his team.
Yeah, right now, I mean, it's pretty even across the board, right? So RSG Philippines, even with that early turtle, Smart Omega wants to play around that, put pressure around each part of the map. And Kelra grabbing an early kill already against Emon, who had that early kill himself, is a good advantage start for them as they transition to the mid-game later on. Demon Kite showing pretty much confidence here. Etu Max gonna push him out too. He wants to secure Ryzen for this orange buff. Nath there too. There's gonna be the focus here. Abysm Strike comes out. Demon Kite under the tier 2 turret, finding a kill for himself. Renzio not able to help out just yet. Etu Max now here too. Join the party. It's 2 versus 2 around the orange buff of Smart Omega. Here comes Chaknu, but it's taken anyway from Demon Kite.
Huge pickoff here for the side of RSG, and now they are leading with a 1,000 gold lead. We'll see what Omega can do about this, because it does seem like the tempo has been completely set by RSG as that Iron Hook nearly misses.
Yeah, combined with the flicker too. Even if it misses, it puts you out of position, right, for a bit there. Thank goodness, but the Abyssal Arrow lands on. I think that was Aqua that manages to get away. Demon Kite already securing the top turret. The bloody hunt comes out though, terrified. It is Light that's gonna go down here. RSG-PH losing 1 life. 2 to 3 now across the kill counts, but definitely the map still in control by RSG-PH.
Yeah, I mean, they grab the turret at the top lane, so they trade that for that kill. And this could be just movement plays coming out from RSG Philippines, right? They know that Chaknu is going to be looking for those abyssal arrows. Now they trade the turtle here. So objectively still, RSG Philippines controlling that department.
So still the same thing that happened in game number 1, right? It was RSG Philippines kind of setting the tempo, and they were able to get the objectives left, right, cross, and center. But now it is going to be on the hands of Omega to look for the momentum like they did similarly to game number 1 to try and to be able to kind of grasp that control away from the side of RSG. RSG as they are now with almost a 2,000 gold lead, and they're putting a lot of focus here onto Kelra.
Yeah, Demon Kite chasing Ryzen down here in his own jungle. Absolutely obnoxious. But, you know, Ryzen, I know he kind of has more of a utility jungler playstyle, but on the Bauman, I kind of would expect him to at least try to contest for the objectives. Yes, probably harder to do that as a Fanny, but with Bauman, you pretty much have 2 retributions, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have those options. Plus, he's running the jungle emblem here, right? But so far, hasn't been able to contest that turtle much because of the trading of objectives in terms of turret across the map. So, at this point, he's just going to continue to farm up, let that be. And again, they have to just kind of transition to the mid-game where they don't let anything else slip out of their hands here. Also, a lot of this does rely, once again, on Chaknu to find those single target stuns with the Abyssal Arrows. And as we can see from the emblems, not too much difference here. Etumax obviously running that mystery shop, wants to get those items a lot faster. Will also depend and help him out deciding which ultimates do I take, right? We've seen him actually take even Demon Kite's ultimate so far. But again, I think he's going to lean more towards taking the Bloody Hunt from Light.
Yeah, definitely. That's a huge source of CC that he can use here. And combined with the Flicker as well, he can basically mirror whatever Light is doing. And when you combine with Chaknu's Abyssal Arrow, I think that's like CC for forever, basically.
I mean, the Yin Yang Overturn is also a really huge ultimate that can be used, no?
Yeah. If he can get to Aqua. Notice how Aqua just, even from the last game, right? He plays so defensively. That's one of the strong points of Aqua alone as a player. He knows really well positioning in terms of whatever mage he decides to play. And that's what we're going to see here from this Kogura pick too. And now, Turtle going to be the focus here. This time, Smart Omega, actually, he's still not going to contest this. Ryzen does not care for it. He's just going to go ahead and give up that Turtle. 3 now for RSG Philippines.
Okay, so 3 turtles already taken to the hands of RSG, as well as 2 turrets on the board. Omega still 0-0-0. They do have more pickoffs, but they have not been able to convert that. And I think that is the main factor, that distinctive factor. But wait a minute.
Oh, that was Alco going in with that aggressive flicker play. Able to just get the turret, though. No one goes down for Smart Omega, so nice job for them as well. Notice how everyone is pretty much bunched up together at this point. They really don't want to get caught out. They're doing a great job also at avoiding Light, looking for those iron hooks.
Yeah, looking at the map state now, I mean, RRG-PH, once again, they have full control over the upper side of the map, save for the tier 2 turrets. But again, Omega, you cannot count them out. It feels like they're kind of repeating the strategy of Game 1 here. Is that what they're trying to do?
I mean, buy time, right? Get to the Omega timers. That could be it. You can also see it's a lot more stable, though. Now, the one-on-one, Naz not going to be able to get the kill there. Takes quite a few turret shots, too. So, player gold terms, again, Emon and a Kelra. Pretty much neck and neck in terms of the gold. And this will transition, again, mid-game when those marksmen, those gold laners really start to find their power spike.
Yeah, 100%. It does seem like now, oh, Light gets caught.
Oh, Light gonna have to flicker her out. Demon Kite looking for the initiation, gonna push them back here. Emon returning on top of Etumax. He has to flicker out too, but under the turret, Emon goes. Not able to get the kill, unfortunately. But look at the damage already coming out from Emon. This is gonna be another turret in favor of RSG Philippines.
Oh, the huge shot though. The Renner from Kelra. Jack takes Iman down to half his HP. Thankfully, they don't have to follow up there just yet. The Lord is coming up in 10 seconds, so RRG-PH gonna kind of reset here to set themselves up for it. Now, looking at this late game though, nice, so you said Omega is trying to stall this out, but RSG-PH, I mean, they're not gonna let the same thing happen twice. Come on, that can't be possible. And now with Iman on this carry, they're definitely gonna have a lot more bursts coming from Aqua as well as Iman in the later game.
Now Lord gonna be the focus here. This time Ryzen does not want to give that one up so freely. You can see RSG Philippines setting up in those bushes. Even Light just asserting his dominance there, not wanting anyone to get Iron Hook. But again, they grab another objective here, pretty much free. And RSG Philippines just playing around objectives. Renzio trying to get that bottom turret down. Gonna take quite a bit of damage. There's the flicker, still alive though, thanks to the sprint. Oh, Light not able to find the hook.
deja vu here for the side of RSG Philippines in game number 2, as once again they are going to be the one in control of the map. They have the map pressure, they have the tempo, and Omega once again in that back foot. They're going for the next objective in that bottom side turret, and that Lord is going to be pushing out in that mid side.
All right.
Sprint meta.
Yeah,
Sprint meta. I
sprint
just
meta,
gotta
right?
say.
It's pretty much, I mean, if you have sprint, you can most likely get away cleanly. But then when you don't have it, you kind of lose that advantage, right? So if we take a look at the items, especially Kelra, he's got the items he needs. He has that BOD, he has the Malefic Roar. Unfortunately, they just need to find the setups here. So they should be able to clear this Lord just fine. It won't be able to get the turret as well. There is Emon actually going to get focused down. That's the damage I was talking about coming out from Kelra. Gets a kill for himself. So again, the scaling is here. They just have to continue to just be on the defense a little bit, and that's what we're seeing. That's what we saw from game number 1.
Yeah, looking at this right now, RSG-PH, they really have to be careful about their positioning, because at any time, Chaknu with the Abyssal Arrow, you also have, well, Renzio coming into the backline. So if Omega decides to engage in a full-on team fight, it might really look bad for RSG, where they don't exactly have that peel.
I mean, Renzio at this point, it's 11 minutes in, right? He's 0-0-0, but he's actually, if you just look at the KDA, it doesn't kind of do justice to what Renzio is doing, because he's actually helped put pressure around the map, forcing RSG Philippines to respond. So can he continue to do that? Because at this point, right, almost at the 12-minute mark, he's going to have to be kind of that front line for his team, especially if the Abyssal Arrows do land.
Yeah, that's definitely a huge consideration here. Omega, they need to be able to find momentum through Chaknu, like you mentioned earlier, with those Abyssal Arrows landing, and like they did before, and they could definitely be able to combo that up with the composition coming in from Ryzen as well, with the ultimate to go for the lethal counter. And RSG-PH, they are doing great at the moment. I mean, 4,000 gold lead as of right now, and we'll see what happens in the later stage of the game.
I mean, pretty much same thing, right? At this point, last game, they were in a similar situation. Smart Omega looking to just do the same thing. The thing, I mean, on top of that is, how do you use this Ballman pick in the jungle, right? How do you actually utilize that? Because you pretty much have, I mean, objectively, that's what you think, right? To match the objective power is from RSG Philippines, but so far he hasn't been able to do that. So it comes down to actually the damage potential, especially from the ultimate. But at this point, they haven't been able to find actually a good team fight for them just yet. And also, Emin just picking up that Wind of Nature is going to make him that much more deadly here. You really have to catch him out. If Kelra is able to make a aggressive move, that could really help them. But the burst on the side of RSG Philippines is quite large in comparison to Smart Omega. And again, Lord, most likely going to go into the hands of RSG Philippines. There's no contest here as Demon Kite secures it one more time. Nats actually gets taken out. Killing spree for Kelra. They do force them back, looking for the yin yang overturn, and they find at 2 max. There's the response. Light gets the hook off. Renzio trying to push them back, and he goes down. Double kill for Aqua, but now he's the focus. Smart Omega finds another one. Kelra just popping off here. The focus now on Demon Kite. Renzio goes in with a falling Star Moon. He has the slows, dodges the hook. It's only a matter of time. Renzio grabs one himself.
4-3 trade here now in favor of Omega, as once again they have found the impossible. They have taken the course of the whole game, and now they are going to slowly come back as the economy difference has shrunken down to 2,000. They will be able to take away that Lord rather easily, and now are pushing once again through that mid side and being able to get more objectives on the board.
This is absolutely insane. Oh, another shot there by Kelra onto Nas. Omega, they are looking so strong, so patient, but the moment they pull the trigger, you think for 1 minute that RSG-PH had it in their control, but Omega just runs through their draft the moment Kelra is online. 4-0-1. And the thing about Omega's draft also is that it's very non-committal. You wait for RSG-PH to engage, you basically use all of their cooldowns, and Omega has so many other things that they could throw at them. And I think that's why they have been able to counter-engage so successfully as well. So what does RSG-PH need to look at right now?
I mean, not having the same situation happen they did in game number 1, but it's already starting, right? That's what we're seeing here from Smart Omega. Kelra feeling very confident on this comfort hero of his own, this Beatrix, and it's bad news, right? It's bad news for RSG Philippines. Also, again, going over to Ryzen, he doesn't care. Give up the 3 turtles in the early game, even the Lords. If he can rely on his teammates to actually just make plays like that, then they don't need it, right? This could possibly be the game-winning strategy for Smart Omega in game number 2.
I mean, look at that economy difference just become non-existent. Already 800 only to their name. And once again, like you mentioned, I guess Omega, they don't need the objectives. And that's so surprising because usually when we see Mobile Legends being played at this tier, it's always about those objectives. You have to be disciplined, get those early game turtles, snowball into the late game. But for Omega, they're just able to kind of zone it out to the late game, wait for the power spikes to happen like Kelra is happening now, and they're just able to capitalize over that, even though RSG-PH, they already have so much to work with. I mean, Aqua already building with that Holy Crystal, you can feel so much magic power. The burst is definitely there, so all they need to do is bait that out. But look at this, Renzio gets caught really, really low. Fortunately for him, he is able to escape.
Yeah, manages to get out for now, so both teams just kind of reset over here. You talked about Kelra. He also just picked up the Blade of Heptasis, and that's not gonna look good. If he catches Iman in that backline, I don't think even the Wind of Nature is gonna save him there, because he's not gonna be able to react in time to that first Renner shot. So it's looking pretty bleak, starting to look bleak for RSG right now. They're still gonna go ahead and start up this Lord though, in position now, chunking it down to half HP, but this time it looks like Ryzen wants to contest this.
Yeah, right now, Lord gonna be less than half health here. Demon Kite most likely to grab this one, but it's actually Ryzen! He finally gets the Lord! They find a kill here, he falls! Falling Star Moon gonna come in, Emon popping off with the damage, but it's gonna be Renzio that falls here. Kelra, he goes down finally, Emon finding him, it's a 2-for-4 trade.
A Lord, but at what cost? They lost 4 members in that team fight, and it is going to be RSG Philippines winning it out. But now, what can they do here? What happened before?
Was that a
I
trap?
know, I was like, what?
Just when you think Omega had it, RSG-PH comes back. I don't know if this
What
is
happened?
the caster's curse. You know, maybe the winning condition here is don't take the Lord. If you take the Lord, you lose the team fight.
That's fair.
I mean, hey, he got this Lord, right? So now they can play around this. But again, Chaknu's the only one up. He did get that kill off Demon Kite. I'm not sure if that was a trap or what. We're going to check out the replay here presented by TikTok. Let's take a look at this fight here again. The Lord looked like it was going to be secured by Demon Kite, but Ryzen comes in, and after that, it's just quite a bit of damage on RSG Philippines, but Emon only able to buy so much time. Kelra goes in with an aggressive flicker, but takes that damage also from Emon because of that Wind of Nature that he had this time.
Yeah, I guess I was wrong about that Wind of Nature. It definitely helped him to survive that fight. Yeah, it works. Wind of Nature works. PSA, everyone. Right now, they are probably going to reset, though. I mean, RSG-PH can see them grouping up so much. And is that the difference maker here? I mean, Omega, they have a bit more ability to split push. Oh, Iman in the mid lane taking so much damage. Omega, at any time, they can pull the trigger.
That's a beauty of Iman as well as Kelra, right? For the side of Iman, sure, he's able to be very consistent in that gold lane. He can, you know, even behind, he's able to just farm really well. But the problem is, Beatrix, there's just so much to Beatrix. What do you need? Do you need a long-range sniper? Go for Renner. Do you need something more bursty? You can always go for Nibiru's Passion. So that's a more like flexible way of seeing things, and it just is able to kind of go into what situation is needed most.
I mean, still, you have to worry about anytime there's a carry, right? And he has this sprint, he's going to be able to move around the way he wants to, especially with the team composition they have to capitalize on that. Look at the damage dealt, though, right? We're talking about gold laners here. Kelra obviously top of the chart here. Here comes the conceal. Light looking for the hook. Forces the flicker out from Kelra. So a resource for a resource. They're going to get initiated on by Renzio, the Falling Star Moon. F2max doesn't have an ultimate just yet. There you go. He grabs the Bloody Hunt. Could be looking for a setup. Now, Lord will be up in about 10 seconds here, 10, 12 seconds. Right now, Smart Omega is showing this kind of dominance here. They are very confident, especially now. right? Light has that Bloody Hunt. He could be the one to flicker in for the Bloody Hunt combo to set something up.
Yeah, they both have it. I mean, the Bloody Hunt on Light as well as E2 Max. Can I just point out the finesse in that skirmish earlier? The one that didn't happen because they're playing at such a high level. The Abyssal Arrow coming through the bushes, but the conceal and the disengage. Just absolutely insane. Now it's going to be RSG-PH. Light! He gets the hook onto Changnu and Iman immediately bursts him down. Nats finds this opportunity. He's going to go on to Renzio now in the backline. Another hook onto Ryzen. No follow-up because he is tanky. They're going to take the chance instead to take this Lord over here. Omega looks like they're going to back off for now, but Ryzen might hang around in the vicinity just to see if he can steal this one.
Ryzen's still going to work on this, but Aqua trying to zone him out. Look at that, though. There's Kelra popping the damage, forcing RSG Philippines back, and they find the immortality. The Lord is going to be secured by the Filipino Savage, forcing RSG Philippines to retreat.
Kelra, just being that ultimate X factor for the side of Omega, already sitting at 6-1-2, dealing out the damage coming in from that Nibiru's Passion and the DPS to follow it up to eventually zone out Nas away. That was just so beautifully done by the side of Omega, and I can say that the synergy is definitely on point here in the 21st minute.
Man, Kelra's doing work this game, I would say. I mean, time after time, he's just finding plays. Even when he's down, you know, earlier he burned that flicker. He now has the immortality, right? So he can be a little more aggressive, paired up now that he has the flicker available. So RSG Philippines, now, again, their backs are against the wall. They're going to be focused in cracking open the base of RSG Philippines. They have to be able to defend this one the best they can here. Lord's going to go ahead and charge up. Abyssal Arrow's going to be flying around here. The damage is there, but they clear up the Lord after they lose that turret. Smart Omega taking the resources of the jungle as well.
This feels like deja vu right now. Omega.
Yeah.
Pulling exactly, you know, the same strategy. So patient. But the moment they pull the trigger, they go all in. And now Omega gonna be able to strip the all of the tier 2 in turrets as well as the mid inhibitor. And it's on RSG-PH to be able to defend this. The creeps are there, so Omega still wants to push their lead here.
You can see that RSG-PH are kind of trying to, you know, adapt to the situation, right? They have their backs pinned to the wall like we are seeing here on stage. And the fact is now they have started to swap out those really important items. Already Nats has switched out for a Blade Armor to respect the critical coming in from Kelra, and already Aqua with that Winter Truncheon. So just a little bit more defensive of items just in case Omega finds that groundbreaking momentum that they always seem to do.
Again, at this point, I mean, it comes down to those gold laners, their decision-making, their positioning, and the battle of having a sprint plus a flicker right on both sides. Light now going to be looking for a moment here. Pops the conceal, gets the Iron Hook on Ryzen, has the Bloody Hunt. They're going to focus him down. He still has the immortality though. Now Nas forcing Kelra to go back, missing the Bism strike, but they find a kill on Ryzen. Another hook lands, forcing the flicker out. Still has the immortality. Renzio trying to buy some time here before he goes over to Nas with the killing spree.
There you go, RSG-PH, Light on these hooks. One of the key ways to victory there, follow the light. And you get exactly that. He landed the hook. Yeah, okay, at first on Ryzen, after bursting him down, he actually managed to get Kelra out of all that pandemonium.
This is great. This is great for the side of RSG Philippines. I mean, already the Lord has spawned, and there are still death timers on the clock for Omega. Practically RSG, they have 20 seconds to be able to secure this because they do have the man advantage. And you can see here, Omega, they don't seem to want to contest this one, thinking that it is a little bit too much and too risky.
Okay, good pickup here. They grab this Lord. This is a 23-minute Lord, and now it's Smart Omega's turn to defend. Backs against the wall here. Etumax does have that Bloody Hunt. They're going to be working their best here. Look at all the immortalities being picked up here. So at this point, RSG Philippines is thinking, hey, we don't want to let this one slip out of our hands. This time, we almost had some deja vu, or we did, but we don't want it to go that way here and give Smart Omega that match point. So Lord going to be marching down the bottom. There's about one charge hit there, so that will go. And at this point, Smart Omega could be looking for a play. They don't want to get hooked either. They have
have to be very careful about this.
I like how Light just stood there and took the Abyssal Arrow. He saw it coming his way and just took the damage. Like, I'll take one for the team. But Aqua now going to be able to take the top inhibitor turret. RSG looking to siege down on the middle as the Lord takes down the bottom inhibitor turret. So now RSG-PH, they have cracked the base of Omega open. They want to make this the game-ending play here, but can they find the opportunity?
Oh, well, right now, actually, Smart Omega able to just delete that Lord. Again, you have to respect the damage here, especially coming out from Kalra. So right now, this is their comfort zone, right? No turrets available. Let's go ahead and defend, and at the same time, just slow it down a little bit, right? Drag the game on a little bit, especially because they have to be conscious of all these immortalities. Light could be looking for a play. Pops the conceal. No hook gonna connect just yet. Now the initiation comes out from Smart Omega, but look at the damage! It's just way too much as Ryzen falls. Immortality is popped on Light, so it's gonna be an immortality for Ryzen.
Okay, so already one member taken down for the side of Omega as RSG, even though they do have the man advantage, they don't want to go in and siege that base. They are going to be focusing to get that buff first and perhaps continue from there. But what I would like to point out there in that previous situation was that, my god, Renzio did such a good job at buying time for the side of Omega to really come back from that. And there's just so much emphasis onto Kelra that he's opted for the Has class plus that Immortal. So not just one or the other, but Light!
Light finds the Iron Hook! Immortality's gonna be popped! They find the kill! Kalra's down! This is RSG Philippines' moment! The damage to Renzio forcing the Immortality once again! They're gonna grab the kill here! Unstoppable Naz! And it's only a matter of time! And 2 Max gonna be the next target here! Immortality is popped in response, but now the base is gonna be worked on, and they even the score! It's 1 for 1!
1 for 1, and now RSG have come on top with a comeback victory in game number 2. Man, caster curse. I was like talking about Kelra and how he's like the saving grace for Omega because he's dealing out so much damage and he just gets picked off by Light with that Iron Hook. That was so on point, and I gotta say, don't leave Franco open at this stage.
Yeah, definitely not. You can see how comfortable Light is, and just so many members there grouped up, but still, he landed the hook on the target that he wanted. Look at the faces of relief there on the members of RSG-PH. They're so happy to have taken this game.
I feel like, they needed to stop the momentum coming out from Smart Omega, right? So this is a very kind of uplifting thing for RSG Philippines. And now, again, we have a series on our hands. It's 1 for 1. I gotta say, it was almost a reoccurring thing here for game number 2. So let's see if RSG Philippines can actually just kind of regroup here again. Going to game 3, Smart Omega, they had a great plan, but we got to hear more about this. Game 2 was very interesting. The analysts over there want to break this one down for us. Boys, take it away.
And to the stand we shall. Welcome back at your service. My name is Leo. Joined here by LaFell. We're breaking down game number 2. My friend, let me teach you some Tagalog. You ready?
All right, I'm ready.
Say mahaba.
Mahaba.
These games are mahaba. We finished this game 2 in 26 minutes, and by no means was it a wash. Both teams drafted very well. We saw a Beatrix come through. We saw an Esmeralda come through. Hell, even a Valentina come through, and Chaknu picked up Selena, but RSG came out on top.
Honestly, it was an amazing game from both these teams. But yeah, looking at the game, we got to talk about the draft because Naisu did say that the Valentina is overrated. Could kind of agree with him now. Because again, looking at how the Valentina has been nerfed for quite a bit, I want to look at the composition because, again, I want to talk about the Bellman specifically because looking at the emblem, we can look at his sub-stats where he's actually focusing on the battle spell cooldown as well as the damage to the jungle minion. So according to a Balman jungler with a retribution, he should be securing a lot of early game neutral objectives. But why that didn't happen? The fact that the Selena as well as the Valentina is in mid, they didn't put enough pressure because usually with a Balman jungle, you kind of want to bulldoze your way out, bulldoze your way in to a Eternal Fight and securing it for yourself, but that didn't happen.
Yep, and given the play style and just the fundamentals of Omega, an early game situation is not ideal. It's not going to happen. And I'm guessing part of Valentina's kit involves burying your opponents in value. Etomax just was not able to do that, especially against RSG-PH, who had such a solid side lane combo in Nats, Dairoth, and Eman. 2 words, well, 1 word for these 2 heroes, shred.
Yeah, and the Bloodless Axe over here from Eman, he makes sure that he has enough cooldown to keep spamming his second skill, able to kite everything out. And because a true damage is considered as skill damage, he keeps on getting those elixirs, getting those spell vamps. But, Eman did well, Nas did well, Demon Kite did well, but Light, man, follow the light. If he did not hook Kelra, they could not have won.
Yep, Light knew and understood the assignment. He came in to play, and there was, I think, 2 times before the game actually ended wherein Light actually caught Kelra and he got away. But towards the end, in that last push, that last team fight inside Omega Esports base, it was just too much, and we'll see exactly in these post-game stats, the numbers, how it came through. Dude, it's all about Light, man. Damage taken, total assists. This man is on fire.
Dude, yeah, follow the light. Franco Week. International Franco Week here on MSC. But look at the damage numbers coming from, wow, Chadu did more damage than I thought. I thought Carol was definitely going to have the highest amount of damage, but hey, he got a kill off screen where I even saw their pictures down there. Even Light was asking Dimika, it's like, yo, how did you die?
What was that?
How did you die? What?
I believe Chaknu here used to full extent the arrows, the burst, and the delayed damage from Selena. That's why it was pretty well drafted. Again, save for maybe the Valentina, Omega really thought this through. A lot of the heroes from RSG-PH that they brought actually have to go into these traps. They have to clean it up, or they have to go into it the hard way. And if only they leveraged that. I think it was just different timings from these heroes.
Honestly, I think the hard way is the best way. It's better than to avoid and try to take the easy way out, because pushing yourself through, it really makes you into a better team. Either way, looking at the damage numbers, Eman dished out a lot of damage, 88,000, and 47,000 damage is the only damage that he received. And again, we gotta give highlight to both Demon Kite as well as Light. They actually zoned everyone out pretty well. The only time that Eman was really caught out was, again, his proactiveness coming in for the side of Omega.
Let's see, our MVP awarding it over to the man himself. #follow the light. I believe he is one of our resource speakers once we celebrate FAM, once we celebrate FAM, Franco Appreciation Month.
Franco Appreciation Month, we got a lot of faces, but right now we gotta focus on Light. Him on this Franco is scary, because even if he doesn't hook Kelra, he makes sure that he hooks anyone else. And the thing is, because Eman managed to get all those damage items, it really doesn't matter. He will burst them out eventually. Sometimes it did take a little bit of time.
Nothing comes for free when it comes to Light's Franco. Rocking that blade armor, key item pickup as well, the rapid boots. As long as he's around someone, hits him with a basic attack or a skill, that's a confirmed slow. And again, most likely, every single hook that Light throws out results in a kill, and RSG-PH is more than happy to oblige, convert them into objectives, convert them into wipeouts even, and the rest was history. We're gonna see the highlights here very, very shortly. LaFell, a lot of these moments were started by Light. That's why he's our MVP.
Yeah, but we gotta give props to Kelra, man, because he almost made it happen. The way that he positions, the way that he dishes out the damage, it was insane.
Oh.
Speaking of insane, this is the highlight where Ryzen managed to actually get the Retribution win, but Omega, they overextended.
Yep, he stole it without even using the deadly counter, but at some point, that was where there was a surprise death, right? But here, could have been a swing back by Omega, but it was a very, very expensive engagement. You see, Etomax stole the bloody hunt, but could not lock it down. So it was very, very 50-50.
And look here, Light managing to catch someone out. Ryzen eventually did die, and Kara over here tried to dish out the damage, but he's putting himself in danger because eventually Light manages to get the iron hook. That is, I gotta say, that is disgusting.
But he survives. That was one of the few times he actually does get away with it. But then again, it was just too little too late by this time. Inside the base, minions crashing in, Omega members falling slowly, one by one, and then, anybody dies from RSG, Light, Nats, doesn't matter. They're in the base. It's over.
The way that he timed the Immortality Revive, getting the Iron Hook. I mean, come on. Why is it so hard? At this point, I agree with Naisu. Valentina is overrated, so let Valentina go. Just ban out the Franco. Franco was the first pick here.
Yep. Most like the Falcon and Omega matchup, some rules have to change, and both teams understand that now. They've been playing against each other for so long, and they have now just one chance to represent the Philippines and step up to the grand finals. RRQ Hoshi is waiting, but we're still here. We're watching. 1-1 RSG-PH versus Smart Omega. Leo and LaFell at your service. We're throwing it over to the lovely Mara Aquino. I wonder what's up. What's happening?
Thank you, analysts. Here with me are fans all the way from the Philippines. They flew 4 hours just to be here. Actually, they're Mobile Legends personality. Here with me is one of the most beloved streamers, Leia Bernardino, with an ML streamer as well, Tej. On my left, the very first and the only female pro player from MPL Season 1, Yuri Gaming, and from MPL Season 2 to Season 5, Honda Beast. How are you guys? How are you?
We're good. Hello? Yeah, we're good.
Yuri, tell us something about yourself. Tell them.
About
About you guys. Did you guys are a couple. Did you meet because of Mobile Legends?
yeah, and almost 3 years.
Almost 3 years.
And we met in Mobile Legends.
The only female pro player in the Philippines from Season 1. And Honda Gaming as well. You do tutorials right now also, right?
Oh, yes. I do tutorials in YouTube and Facebook.
How many teams have you been in? 3 teams.
3 teams. SXC, EVOS, and Blacklist International.
And you were with Blacklist as well, Season 1.
I'm from Digital Devils.
Digital
Season 1.
Devils, you're with Blacklist. You've ended with Blacklist. Now let's turn over to Leia, one of the most gorgeous streamers. Inside scoop, because when you guys went to MPL playoffs, you were watching the 2 teams, Smart Omega and RSG. You were not a couple yet, but
Oh.
now they're dating. Tell us the story.
English siya na lang.
So we were introduced with mutual friends, and surprisingly, I wanted to teach her that chivalry is not dead.
Oh.
So I'd pick her up, send her to MPL. That's how we met. I met Yuri and Honda, and from that day on, I knew that I really loved her.
Wow! Oh my gosh!
Sana all.
Sana all. So because of RSG Philippines and Smart Omega, the game on the playoffs, they became a couple shortly after. Now we're gonna stand up. We're gonna stand up. Let's pretend that we're doing
Let's
a
go.
Mobile Legends game. We're gonna do couple versus couple. Okay? Let's do hero impersonations, and I wanna feel it. I wanna feel it. So which hero do you wanna do?
Layla,
Layla.
Kufra.
Kufra.
pwede bang secret?
Secret. Okay. Secret pick.
I'll just do Zilong.
Zilong. All right. So we're gonna start this couple versus couple. Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed. Go ahead, Yuri.
We can do it.
Layla, we can do it. Honda.
Destruction is my rule.
Oh, okay. Leia or Teach?
Heroes never fade.
Oh, Zilong na Zilong.
Oh, galing.
What? Sino? Sino yon? Who's that?
Oh,
Who's that?
Alice.
Oh, it's Alice. Okay. All right, second round.
Layla again.
Yeah, sure.
Time to shine.
Time to shine. Okay, may kodigo. Okay, go ahead, Honda.
No one can stop me.
No one can stop you. Are you awake? Okay, let's do it with feelings.
No one can stop me.
Okay. Teach.
It would take an army to stop me.
Oh!
Galing.
Your whole body's a weak spot. All right. Leia.
Quick, run! Roger's coming.
Oh, run. Roger's coming. Go. Let's pretend. Give him a round of applause. Okay, you guys have been together for 3 years, right? Let's talk about how Mobile Legends has changed your life. You went from being pro players to streamers. Share with us.
I'm starting pro and I met Yuri streaming. And I retired as a pro to be a streamer too.
And how does that help you? I know you recently bought a car, right? So let's talk about the impact of streaming Mobile Legends in your life.
So many people playing Mobile Legends or mobile is not good, but from my life, it changed everything.
It changed your entire life. And because of Mobile Legends, you guys got closer together. 3 years, new couple. What's your advice to the new couple so they reach 3 years?
Mag-Mobile Legends lang kayo lagi.
Always play Mobile Legends.
Mobile Legends.
And how about for you, your advice to them?
Cheer up.
Cheer up. Okay, now, what is your message to all the fans to keep supporting? Because you know what? Regardless what happens, Philippines will reach the grand final. So let's give a message to all the Filipino fans.
Pwede bang Tagalog na lang?
Pwedeng Tagalog? Sige.
Kahit sinong manalo sa Omega or
Yes.
sa RSG, basta laban Pilipinas. Masaya ako
Laban
na
Pilipinas!
makita namin yung Pilipinas sa finals.
Regardless who wins, laban Pilipinas as long as they see Philippines in the grand finals. Let's do Lakas ng Pinas. Okay? Lakas ng Pinas. In 3, 2, 1. Lakas ng Pinas! Let's do it all together. One more time. Lakas ng Pinas! Now let's see what the casters have to say. Game 3 coming up. Casters, come on in.
Very much again, Mara, the audience, recognize a lot of people out there actually. So great to have you guys. And also, yes, we do have assurance, right? The Philippines is going to be making it to grand finals, but which team? Because both of these teams obviously have their own goals, their reasons to get there. And, you know, Scrubby, it's now game number 3 is upon us. We saw, I guess you could say, similar game 1, game 2. How are you feeling so far?
Well, I like that RSG-PH basically saying, you know, we're not going to have it again. You try the same strategy, we get it now, and we have light on the Franco as well. So we're going to use that as much as possible to our advantage. Now, they are even, 1-1, one apiece. So it's a reset for both of these teams. I'm not sure. Do you think we are going to see something different this time from Omega? Because it feels like their playstyles in the last 2 games have been pretty much similar.
Yeah, I think, I mean, for game number 3, I don't know exactly if they want to change their plans because from game 1 and game 2, it was working. But if you could change anything, I would say, hey, Smart Omega, maybe don't wait to, you know, be completely on the defense here and just wait for the moment to swing things in your favor. Maybe actually just give the aggression to RSG Philippines early on. That could work out for them. But again, if they're comfortable with that play style and they just need those kind of moments to capitalize on those situations, it could work out for them. But jumping right into the draft here for game number 3, we can already see those early prio bans coming out. Of course, Smart Omega is going to take the blue side here. They take out the Franco this time. They don't want to give that to Light anymore. So they also take out Beatrix. RSG Philippines so far responding with the Wanwan and the Ling. And there's one more band coming out, the Julian. Eterna, who's that last band going to be?
That's definitely on the table. It could be the Valentina, but like everyone has mentioned so far, it's starting to reap a sort of reputation that the Valentina is a little bit overrated. So it is going to be the Akai band coming through for the side of RSG Philippines, and we'll see what Omega has opted, and it's going to be that Fanny.
Okay.
Wow,
so they
I'm
wanna
really
go this
surprised that Fanny is the first pick here, given that RSG has a lot of potential to find counter picks for this Fanny. So I'm not sure. We haven't really seen Light play the Kufra though, so it might not be a counter. They might not pick this up as a counter, I think.
Well, Light plays the Kufra. I mean, it's in his kind of back pocket, but yeah, he could decide to take it, could decide not to, because there's still a lot on the table here, especially if, let's say they want to prioritize getting that XP lane priority. That could be, you know, the Esmeralda, which we've seen from game after game here. But at this point, in a couple seconds, we'll see what they go with, and there you go. It's going to be the Esmeralda plus the Xavier. They lock that in, not wanting to go in the hands of Etu Max. This really sets them up for good CC, good damage later on. Now, Smart Omega has to respond, right? They've already showed their cards with that early jungle pick, so that's showing confidence in what Rising can do on this Fanny. Maybe this time he's going to be able to be a little more proactive on those early objectives, doesn't want to just give them up like he did the previous game.
If they want to be crazy, they could pick up the Angela here. Angela Fanny combo.
So going back to the girth.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see here. The next two picks coming in
There's
from
Claude.
Omega is going to be that Claude. Okay, put into that gold lane. But we're going to see the last pick here. Honestly, I'm quite excited. We have 3 seconds on the clock. They could also there's another option, which is to take that Kufra. So that's also preventing the side of RSG. But no, it's going to be the Dairoth instead. So they do want to find a way to be able to counter that Esmeralda in lane, prevent her from being able to, you know, have as much impact, especially after that laning phase.
And I think RSG-PH, they pick up the Krufa after also the direct counter to Fanny here. But RSG, I think it's important for Omega here to take that Dairoth, because RSG has been relying a lot on that early game aggression, on that momentum in the first few minutes of the game. Taking that away might mean that Nas has a harder time in his lane matchup as well. We're gonna go ahead and proceed into phase 2 here of the picks and bans. Omega taking out that Lancelot and RSG removing the Yi.
Yeah, because you got to think, right? What does RSG Philippines want to take into the jungle here? So we're going to see those bans coming out towards Demon Kite, because you don't want to give that favorable matchup or even the advantage to RSG Philippines jungle, because the whole point, again, having a Fanny is to get that early kind of advantage, the momentum, build off that, carry it into the mid game, and then let your team do the rest of the work later on, especially now that you have a Claude. Could we see another Angela pick here? Not sure, but also if that does end up going in the hands of Chaknu, it is kind of, it's something that isn't necessarily his play style. I feel like the one that does really work in favor for him is Rafaela, for example, because he can kind of be a little more aggressive on those holy baptisms. But last bans here, RSG Philippines takes out the Diggy, Smart Omega takes out Demon Kite's comfort pick, actually the Karina here, so they have an option. They have quite a few left open here.
What has Demon Kite used in the past for that jungle position? I guess he's used the Paquito before. The Akai has been banned.
Baksha.
Baxia is also an option, but I do really like the Lancelot and the Karina bans coming through, because it's not just denying that away from Demon Kite, it is one of his power heroes, but on the other hand, these are really good heroes that will be able to kind of level the capacity that the Fanny can have in that jungle, the ability for them to jungle as well. But it is going to be the Benedetta pickup for RSG Philippines, and this is going to go on to the hands of Demon Kite, and that will actually be responded with the Hilda as well as that Sicilian pick. So really late game mid here in that Sicilian, it might be able to kind of get readjusted with how early aggressive that this Hilda can be, but I don't know how this is going to synergize as a whole in terms of Omega's composition.
Well, the thing is, Omega's composition hasn't really been very synergistic in the past 2 games as well, and somehow they've been able to pull that off, at least in game 1. RSG gonna go ahead and pick up the carry as their last pick here on the marksman. I guess Iman did perform pretty well on that, so going to bringing that into round 3 here. But we have, ladies and gentlemen, rounded up the drafts for the 2 teams here, RSG as well as Omega. Remember, this is game number 3, so whoever gets this game is going to get a bit of a momentum. It's a lead over the other team.
Yeah, we can see this last look of the team compositions here as they load up for game number 3. Advantage-wise, it really depends early aggression or late game potential. Both teams having other win conditions as well, plan B. But now we're going to load into the land of Dawn. Welcome to game number 3 here. It's 1-1 RSG Philippines versus Smart Omega.
Whoever wins this game is going to potentially be at match point, so the stakes are very high. It does seem like RSG will have the momentum from winning game number 2, but let's see how this is going to fare because Chakno already getting very aggressive into the jungle of RSG.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen Hilda in quite a while, but Chakno is really making this hero work. Like though, responding with some damage of his own. So they 3 even here and manage to protect the jungle. I don't know about early aggression coming from Omega because so far Ryzen, yes, he has played, heroes that are able to flex that, but he hasn't really made much of it. Trying to aggress now though onto Demon Kite here, taking away that neutral camp away from him. So, well, slight lead in terms of Omega, but overall still pretty even.
Yeah, if we, taking a look at both teams, right? Chaknu actually going deep into the jungle, going to be focused on here, but should be able to get away, has to pop the sprint as well. So going back to the point, right? You have both teams having those, again, plan B kind of win conditions in themselves. RSG Philippines, you have Demon Kai on this Benedetta, which didn't have the best win rate, which we saw in the draft, right? But again, can push lanes alone. This is going to be focused on Ryzen. He's actually able to escape there. Again, this is the power of Fanny here, right? So lastly, Smart Omega having Etumax on the Sicilian. That's infinite scaling for them if they can continue to play around their style, which is drag things out, get to the late game here. So that will be a concern for RSG Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already liking, how Omega is playing a lot more now. They are starting to take the more dominant position as opposed to the really, really passive approach that they've been taking in the last 2 games. Now they, actually, they're the first ones to take this turtle here.
This is a little different situation now, right? Ryzen picks this aggressive jungler, the Fanny, grabs the first turtle of the game. This time it's RSG Philippines giving up that first turtle.
I think that's what the composition was built for, right? The Hilda is notoriously known to be a jungle bully, so with this kind of aggression that is coming in from Chaknu, it also automatically gives the side of Omega a little bit more space to be able to have that kind of pressure all over the board. So they are this time able to get those neutral objectives as that turtle is going to fall into the hands of Omega. And this is different to game number 1 and 2, as Omega is going to be the one with a small lead in this early game.
There's something that I noticed. Kelra has actually picked up the sprint here. So even though he's on the clock, he's not going to go for that flicker blazing duet combo. And I find that a little worrying. I mean, he does have Iman who's going to be really, really safe in the backline as well as Aqua, so might not be able to reach that in if he tries to pull off that team fight. In the meantime, Nasia getting aggressed on here by Chaknu and Renzio, taking a lot of damage. The shield pops up, but not enough. Wow. Actually, no, the Dawning Light saves him from downtown. So Nas managing to live to see another day. Demon Kite with a final blow onto Renzio here. Dives the turret, takes some damage. Ryzen. And here is Ryzen to clean up the fight. He manages to secure that kill, and first blood goes to Omega. Kelra popping the blazing duet downtown, getting a kill off his own. Potentially mine goes in. Flicker combo doesn't connect and will have to disengage.
Light trying to do a maneuver there that looks familiar over on the side of Smart Omega, but not able to pop that off. So right now, good start here this time for Smart Omega, especially Ryzen, right? This is exactly what you want to do. This is your game plan on a Fanny. Get that early kill. He got the first blood. Transition that over for the rest of the team. And like you said, right, Kelra's playing with the sprint here on this Claude. We've seen a couple different spells being picked up by the Claude players, whether that's the sprint, the flicker, or even Vengeance. It depends really on what their game plan is, how they want to play around that blazing duet. And right now, fighting for the turtle here, gonna push Demon Kite back. The Dawning Light does come out, forcing Renzi to go back with another kill in the bottom lane. It's gonna be a solo kill for the gold laners. Again, Ryzen securing a turtle.
Yeah, really worth it for the side of Omega, though they did have to lose Kelra in the process. I'm not sure what's going to happen as Ryzen goes in for a kill onto Iman. So now it is definitely worth it for the side of Omega. They both are going to trade their gold laners, but in advance, Omega has secured another turtle on the board.
Yeah, okay, so again, Ryzen feeling a lot better this time around, right? So he's got those 2 early kills. He's feeling good about the objectives early on. This allows
allowed them to get that 2.3K gold lead at this point. So now this is switched from the previous games, right? They're the ones controlling the pace of the game, and this is exactly where they want to be here. So now the response has to come from RSG Philippines. How do you fight around that? Kelra, especially. Look at the confidence coming out from Ryzen, focusing on Emon. He gets stunned! Not able to get the kill here, unfortunately for him, but Emon does get taken down by Kelra. Nice play there. Now Etumax joining the party. They could just work on this turret. Meanwhile, Lights can be down there. Chaknu has to defend the lane himself in the mid.
What an outplay there. Ryzen actually taking too much turret damage. I think he got stunned out under there as well. And along with that kill, Omega is going to pick up the first tier turret on the bottom as well. Demon Kite, I think just barely managing to protect his jungle there. But we can see RSG, they're playing on the back foot here. And this is uncomfortable. They are used to taking the early game, but right now they're not set up in terms of their composition to do that.
Yes, but with the way that Ryzen has been playing, it seems like he's kind of, you know, like figuring out like the mechanics of the Fanny, like the maxes of what he can do. The limits, he's pushing the limits is basically what I'm trying to say. And with that, RSG Philippines, they can definitely capitalize on these really aggressive movements coming in from Ryzen, as he was able to be picked off in the bottom lane.
Light could be looking for the setup here, finds Etumax. This is way too much damage as he goes down. Emin finding the kill there with that parent of Dawning Light. Now Chaknu going to be the focus here. Demon Kite making his way too. The turtle is now up. This could be the moment for RSG Philippines to secure one for themselves. As Ryzen is going to be stunned, he should have to be able to back off here. Look at Chaknu forcing Aqua back. Turtle going to be half health here, the juggling around. Also, Kelra about half health, going to be focused on by Navs, pushing them back, resetting the turtle. No one wants to give this one a go yet. Also, at the same time, Etumax now making his way down mid. No one wants to go yet. Look at that early Wind of Nature pickup for Emon. That could be the advantage he's looking for. They are confident in taking this turtle, RSG Philippines, but Chaknu just around the corner too. Ryzen now making his way. Who's going to give the go signal here? Electro final blow used. There's going to be the blazing duet popping out. The damage light so low. Demon Kite falls. Emon trying to return on Chaknu. Look at the back lane. Naz now focusing on Renzio. Grabs the kill himself before he's taken down. Finding a kill for Kelra.
1-for-3 trade here, 4 in favor of Omega, as unfortunately they did have to lose that turtle, but at what cost? It was 3 members taken down, and Omega has the space. They are now leading with 2,000 gold, as we can take a little look into the items here, as it does seem like Sicilian is a little bit ahead, understanding that they have already secured 2 core items in that Clock of Destiny, as well as at Lightning Truncheon. And from the side of Xavier, he's only been able to build that Clock of Destiny, and so he needs a little bit more time to be able to dish out the damage, as we know the Dawning Light to be able to do.
Yeah, RSG really looks like they're trying to claw their way back in here, wanting to go so hard on that objective to secure it for themselves. The thing is, RSG, they have 4 kills, but only 2 of them are on Iman, and like you said, Eterna, Aqua right now is 0-0 and 2. In comparison, Omega has 2 kills on Kelra, 2 kills on Ryzen, and 1 on Etumax, so they are slowly farming up exactly in the players that they need it to be.
Yeah, so it's basically it's split, right? It's nicely split amongst each player. Meanwhile, RSG Philippines, Light is actually picking up an early immortality, so this could allow him to make those plays that he's looking for, because Demon Kite's struggling a little bit. There's the Mystic Field forcing Chaknu back. There's Light, not able to connect on the Tyrant's Rage. Ryzen trying to push them back too. This is just a misplay for them. They have to go back. They lost some resources, so they got to reset.
RSG was looking for a play. It was supposed to land, but Etumax has the Purify, so denied that opportunity from happening. And that is how you respect the enemy. It does seem like Omega understands how much of a nuisance the Tyrant's Rage as well as Revenge combo can be. It can instantly be a game changer, and so they have respected that, understanding that Etumax is going to be one of the prime players to target from the side of Omega.
Omega, they just have so much teamfight potential now. I mean, you have Etumax, you have Kelra with those huge ultimates, and also Chaknu himself, other than Ryzen, has the capability to clean up fights or to initiate them as well. On the other hand, I feel RSG-PH is a little bit forced to play the defense here. You have Nas, yes, you can peel for the backline, but Light, he needs to be able to find those engages to be able to get an advantage.
I think at this point, right, going back to keys to victory, Naths need to be able to go Naths, right? He has to force those choices from Smart Omega because, yeah, you're right, they are on the defense here. Again, a lot of that when you have the Esmeralda is to be able to push people back or zone people out, reinitiate or disengage the best way you can. Player gold here, though, you can already see, you pointed it out, Kelra feeling pretty good on this Claude. He is going to be pumping out tons of damage, especially paired with that sprint. So his whole game plan is pump out the damage, get back, and then let either Ryzen or Etu Max find those targets, especially in terms of scaling. You can see Ryzen already going to pump out the damage, but oh, he gets focused on as he falls here. RSG Philippines could be looking for a moment, and that's going to be another kill. There's Kelra in the back lane, grabs a killing spree, gets Aqua down. Demon Kite really low, and Naz able to grab one himself, so 3 fall for Smart Omega.
1-for-3 trade, and it's so unfortunate to see that. I do understand Ryzen's playstyle a little bit. What he's trying to do is he wants to go in, bait all the resources coming in from RSG-PH, allowing for the other members from the side of Omega, like Keller, like E2max, to go in. But he went in a little too much. He overextended a little too much, and then he got taken down. And with that in mind, RSG-PH, they've secured the turtle, and it looks like they're going to secure a kill.
Yeah, Kelra could be looking for another moment here. They notice Light's pretty low. They're going to pop the Immortality here. Dawning Light does come out, but Mega Kill goes over to Emon, and the focus, Blazing Duet. Not able to find anyone just yet. Ryzen, though, will clean up, looks for another kill, grabs the double.
Oh, RSG, they were so low, and now E2max shuts down them as well. It's gonna be 3 kills there on the side of Omega, traded for 1 Chaknu, so super worth it. RSG, I feel like they overstayed their welcome a little at the Lord, and capitalizing on those low HP bars. You know that Ryzen's going to come in with the slice and dice, but the Dawning Light comes through with enough damage. Still going to be Omega taking down this mid-tier 1 turret.
Yeah, great play, right? So Lord doesn't result into much, right? So at this point, Ryzen, you got to be careful here because he needs to think, you know, you still have to respect that Light is on that Kufra across from you. So his decisions to go into these certain team fights, these areas, even if it's the back lane, he doesn't have much time to get away.
This is a battle, man. It's just so back and forth. It's so insane. When you think that Omega has the upper edge, RSG-PH finds a way to find a mistake and force a mistake from Omega, and they capitalize over that. It does seem like on paper, in terms of gold, Omega is leading, but the way that RSG Philippines is playing is that they do also have pressure on the map, and this is so crazy to see as well.
Yeah, I mean, they are really even, right? We are 12 minutes, almost 13 minutes into the game now. The gold is completely split even. And the thing is, we have seen this for the past 2 games as well, that the games could go any way at all. Light tries to go in with the Tyrants. Rage lands it on Chaknu here. Too much damage. They're trying to disengage here. Light flickers out, but the Batsfeast catches him with the damage, and E2max gets the kill here. And Omega, they look really happy with that, going to just retreat for now.
Again, this is what they have to do, right? Find those moments where RSG Philippines is going to mess up here. Kelra able to grab that turret. So now the objective is find that space, find the space advantage so you can move around. They do have 1 turret over RSG Philippines, so they can work with that. The other thing is, I mean, Demon Kite hasn't exactly been able to do what he wants with this Benedetta, but if he can continue to find these side lanes, causing pressure, the response to him, because so far in the team fights, it hasn't been able to work out so well for the Benedetta pick compared to that Fanny pick.
It's wreaking havoc, though, onto the formation of the side of Omega. Let's say they want to go for an objective, and RSG-PH, they go for it. But with Demon Kite being able to put pressure on these side lanes, like you mentioned, it actually causes a little bit of chaos in Omega's plan. But when I say that, the same thing can be said for the side of Omega. They do have Ryzen on the Fanny who can actually duplicate and implicate the same things in the game. So it all comes back down to whoever hits first.
Yeah, remember game 1 when Ryzen almost just snuck into the base and took the crystals? So that's possible right now. Kelra's actually going to go ahead and continue to work on this Lord, less than half health here. Light could be looking for a setup, trying to get some information. Ryzen now joining this area. Let's see if they can actually secure this one. It will be big for them. Emon returning the damage to Jack New. Lord actually going to reset here. So it takes a reset. No, he possibly do it. Has to retreat here. Light looking for Renzio. Forcing the flicker out. Light quite low as well. Demon Kite goes in. Emon grabs the kill here. Now Ryzen has to retreat. So RSG Philippines finding a pick.
My goodness, they were just kind of juking around, you know. I mean, and Kelra going in with the Blazing Duet didn't hit anything back in, but then RSG counter engaged as well. It's gonna be Renzio that takes the death here, but now RSG-PH, they have the opportunity, gonna grab it and start to aggress on the Lord. Instead, Chaknu down low here, getting hit so much by the light wheels. It's so much damage, sounding like not enough to secure that kill just yet. And the Lord is going down now. It looks like RSG is going to be able to take that completely for free.
Oh, this is tough. I mean, even if they wanted to go for a 5v5, let's say RSG-PH, they have it in their composition to look for those CC type of big momentum plays because they have the Kufra. Look on the side of Omega, what kind of CC do they have? They have a lot of burst, they have DPS, let's say, coming in from Kelra, but the only main CC that they have is definitely just the claws coming in from E2 Max, and other than that, they have nothing. So if RSG-PH, they want to go in very aggressively into the backline, let's say, onto E2 Max, they don't have any other choice other than pure damage in return.
Yeah, so we can see that, right? They're playing around this Lord at Demon Kite, focusing on the bottom. So he's going to force some pressure there. This should be the tier 2 turret going down here in the mid lane as well. So at this point, it's a little bit tough, right? How do you use Ryzen here, especially when you don't have all this access, the free access to your purple buff? RSG Philippines knows that, and they want to punish them. So continuing to take down turrets. Lord's still going to be on the top lane. They're going to have to respond to this because the base is going to be sieged on here. Meanwhile, Demon Kite still pushing out the lanes. Light charging up here. Not going to find a pick just yet. Ryzen goes in, trying to cause a distraction. There's the Dawning Light. They secure that Lord, but another turret is falling here.
Yeah, even though you said Ryzen is like, it's harder for him to find a place, but he's doing so much work. He went all the way up to split push on the bottom side, and Demon Kite, even though he's trying to mirror that, that forces RSG to make their push a lot more tough. Now Light and Demon Kite, Chaknu actually in some trouble here, taking so much damage from RSG-PH. Immortality Pop manages to get away, but in the backline, Light also falling. Goes in with the Blazing Duet, but he is down low, has to back away. Naz and Light also going to fall. E2 Max puts him in a body bag.
Yeah, Light the only casualty in RSG Philippines here, as now they are going to be the one leading in terms of that gold. But as you mentioned, it's really difficult. I mean, if they want to go in, they don't have that sort of like playmaking capacity in them to be able to just wipe them out as a whole.
Yeah, that's the point, right? Like, each member of Smart Omega has to just find those moments, because what we saw there is, again, Calra using the Blazing Duet, trying to get people as low as possible on RSG Philippines. Ryzen comes in and tries to clean up. If not, then you can see here, E2 Max picking up a Divine Glaive, right? He's already got a ton of stacks. You saw the damage potential on top of it. So it is just going to be a team effort for Smart Omega to really just win those big team fights, especially now at this point, right? Those immortalities are going to be coming online for RSG and the next Lord in about 5 seconds.
That's the thing about RSG, now that you pointed it out, they do have the immortalities. Oh, Chaknu, too much damage. Aqua secures the kill. First one to go, and now E2 Max pops the Bat Feast, tries to find someone, but the Mystic Field catches him instead, and Naz finds the opportunity with the falling Star Moon. They try to disengage now. Omega on the back foot. It's going to be RSG-PH turning their sights to start up the more oppressive positioning on the Lord.
Yeah, this should be a free one for them, right? The wave is pushing in the top. Renzio trying to just keep an eye on them. Meanwhile, they're going to go work on the mid lane pressure too. This should be a free Lord. Here comes Ryzen, though. He's not going to secure that one just yet. They don't actually commit to this. It's still less than half health. Kelra pops the Blazing Duet. There's the Winter Tranche. It Light's really low too. Kelra has to go back, but he gets the mega kill from Aqua. Lord's still going to be worked on. Electro final blow, and they secure it. Demon Kite, but also gets the kill. That's going to be a shutdown. Finally, Kelra falls. 3 are down for Smart Omega.
Wow, I was just going to say, I mean, there's so much immortality on the side of RSG-PH and things like the Winter Truncheon as well. So Omega, it's very one-hit wonder. You have the Blazing Duet, you have the Bat's Feast as well, but once all these are down, the cooldowns are down, you have Iman just throwing light wheels after light wheels at you, and Omega kind of needs to find a response to that.
Can they defend? I mean, there are only 2 members left from the side of Omega and RSG. They're quite healthy with 4, understanding that Demon Kite is on the way and also an Enhanced Lord. Is this an Evolved or an Enhanced? But Chakno here trying to buy some time for his team. He is going to be baiting that Lord. It is additional time, but unfortunately not enough.
That's going to be it. RSG Philippines taking this game number 3.
Wow. I mean, that play there by Chakno, it was a last-ditch attempt to try to protect the core. Great play, but then it was just not enough. RSG-PH this time finding the win over Omega. Congratulations on that victory, but of course, remember this is a best of 5. They need to play to the 3rd game. Match point.
Match point. You know, they stopped the momentum of Smart Omega. They looked a lot more confident here. You can see the team room there, everybody feeling that too, Coach G. And there you go. They should be proud of it, right? That was a performance there, and it was a team effort because we saw that coming out from each member of RSG Philippines.
Yeah, they played so well, and with Coach Panda there on Discord as well, it really was a team effort. But yes, this is going to be the last chance for the side of Omega to still make it into the grand finals, or else it is going to be the end of their journey.
Yeah, a tough position for Smart Omega to be in, but very comfortable, I would say, right? They've been here before. They can still turn things around. They had the right idea in that game too. I mean, we saw it. We saw the early momentum in their favor, and unfortunately, just it was kind of pick after pick that kind of happened that just turned it in favor for RSG Philippines. So, hey, let's let the best guys do it. Go ahead and break that game down. Let's pass it to the analysts.
There's a lot of questions and a lot of points to bring up in this 3rd game. Best of 5, PH versus PH, RSG, at match point. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by LaFell, and it seems like the Kingslayers have the Kings of C cornered.
Yeah, looking at how they play, it really looks like they understand what they really have to do. And the way, and here's the thing, we really got to talk about those team fights, because the way that the team fights happen, I would say certain, you know, sometimes Omega, they got it real good, sometimes RSG's got it real good, but I don't know, man. Ryzen on Fanny, now I'm a fan, because his cables were precise, something that I like to see.
That is one thing that they got right in game number 1, but bringing it back this quick and this soon, it seems like RSG-PH were too quick on the pickup. They figured out how, and there was a point wherein we were watching the game and it felt like it was much longer than it was.
Oh yeah.
16 minutes was the time, and I was wondering, why is RSG forcing the issue here? Because they know that Etomax on Sicilian was not ready yet. This game ended almost 10 minutes earlier than the previous 2. 2010.
Yeah, the thing is, Etomax on this Sicilian is always targeted. It's always targeted. And the thing is, we got to look at the roamers, Chaknu as well as a Light over here, where Light, he was more proactive because it's the nature of a Kufra. It's the nature of an engaged hero, where Chaknu, he's more or less just zoning people out. But the thing is, even if he does zone people out, from the side of RSG Philippines, Demon Kite could just go to him, could go to Etomax, same thing with Light. So either way, the zoning from a Hilda really doesn't work out in this match in particular.
Looking at Demon Kite's Benedetta, this is a full tank build, much like that of RRQ Hoshi's Albert most recently. So now I think we have cracked the meta wide open once again. There seems to be room for Benedetta now.
Yeah, room for Benedetta and less room for Valentina, because again, in this game, none has been picked up. And we do have to look at Kara over here in terms of the damage, because the items were correct. However, Claude is a very tricky hero, just because for you to get the maximum amount of damage, you got to make sure you isolate 2 people at max. More than that, then your damage will start scaling down.
Yep. Again, the numbers here shall explain exactly how. Eman dealt a massive 118k as compared to Kelra's 81k. So yeah, Kelra's Claude here struggled and the carry flourished. Chaknu took so much damage. I want to talk about that Hilda. There was a play earlier that you will see wherein the Luminous Lord, I believe it was evolved at that point, was marching down mid, and Chaknu and Hilda tried to stop it.
But I don't know, perhaps he was a little bit too fast because the minion really didn't care. You pulled the Lord, that's great, but the minion didn't care, and it was enough for the side of RSG to end the game.
Yep. Our MVP for this game, give it over to that carry. It's on Eman once more, and this time he's doubling down on the spell vamp, doubling down on the lifesteal. Hash Claws, check. Bloodlust Ask, check. And no
Demon Hunter
boots.
Sword.
Demon Hunter Sword, check. Attack speed, check.
Yeah, this kind of situation just makes the carry almost unkillable, right? He has the immortality just in case if he does die, just in case if he does pop off, then he can get back his, like, the Bloodless Axe, that's an OG item. That's like, what, 1-2 years ago when carry used to use a Thunderbelt, Endless Battle alongside with the Bloodless Axe to really get as much true damage as you can. And because true damage is considered as skill damage, you basically don't die as well. Right now, Iman's really trying to push carry back into the meta.
Yep, and he's doing so well with it. Pushing forward RSG-PH one step closer to the grand finals. Let's check out the highlights and look back at how actually Omega was in control for the first half of the game.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to say I like what Ryzen did on the Fanny. He did much better in this game, and the cables were really precise. But the thing is, it comes to a point where Light just puts so much pressure in this game. Kara keeps trying to get those kills. However, this is the unfortunate thing about a Claude. Claude has a lot of AoE damage, but Claude does not have a lot of HP. And the thing is, if the enemy is clumped up, then the damage from Claude is going to get lowered. And one other pro tip is if the enemy is hidden inside the bush and Claude does not have vision, the Blazing Duet will not connect to anyone there. And Winter Truncheon stops it immediately. So, yeah.
RSG-PH, they just knew way too many solutions to the problem Kelra presented. And this was that moment, ladies and gentlemen, wherein Chaknu ran way too fast and he ran past the wave, past the Lord. If they delayed the Lord maybe 2 or 3 seconds, could have been a successful defense, but you couldn't expect that from Chaknu himself because he would have died. That was a lot of damage coming at him.
Yeah, either way, RSG, they have the right idea. Make sure you take down Omega before the Omega timers really come up because, again, they don't want a situation where they got him come back. I do have to say, we have to talk about the mental preparation for the side of RSG because after game number 1, that's pretty rough, but they've won 2 games in a row.
Yep, and now it seems like the ball is in Omega's court once more. They have to crawl themselves out of this rut or else it's over for the Kings of Sea. Let's throw it over to the caster's desk.
Thank you very much to our panelists and the analysts. I was going to say the analysts here, Leo and Lavelle. Man, guys, I am flabbergasted as well because we're at match point, right? This is match point, RSG Philippines. Again, this is the rematch pretty much for both teams. But before we get that, we want to give a thank you and a shout out to EGG Network. They are the official media partner, the Southeast Asia 24/7 esports channel under the Astro Malaysia Group. You can catch MSC 2022 at channel 800, so you can actually watch this on TV. Don't forget to also check them out on their social platforms. Of course, there's Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter. So, with that being said, do we have something else special for our viewers, Scrubby Cheeks?
For sure. I mean, for those of you tuning in at home, whether it be on EGG Network or otherwise, get into your game because the MLBB and Transformers skins are available. So you can get your draws, all the way until 7th of July for your chances to win awesome rewards like Roger Grimlock skin, the new battle emotes, new custom actions, and previous Transformers skins. So don't miss out. Now the players are going to be ready soon. You can see them making their way back up on the stages. Look at this. Look at this unity of RSG-PH.
Man, they're looking confident, and this is scary for the side of Omega. They've lost 2 games in a row. We need to pay attention to their mentality at this state. I mean, RSG, they were looking so strong in that particular game. You could see that the synergy was definitely on point, but let's take a look at the situation, right? for the side of Omega.
Yeah.
They need one game to still be able to make it into the grand finals, and if not, this is going to be the end of their journey, and that is hard on them for sure.
Yeah, and if you think about both teams, what they've been through up to this point, I mean, I think it was already discussed earlier on in the day, you know, Smart Omega didn't have much sleep preparing for this day, and RSG has been here since the morning battling it out, right? So both teams have to be feeling kind of that pressure, that exhaustion here, and really it just comes down to these next two games. So we are also going to be taking a look at the previous game recap. We can see here, right, from both teams. Again, like the guys said over on the analyst section, the pace was set early on by Smart Omega. Unfortunately, they got punished here, and you saw Emon. Look at this carry, the amount of damage that he was able to pump out. And it's pretty one-sided for that damage department for RSG Philippines, but that just shows, right? This is how confident he is on that carry pick if he's forced to pick it.
Man, I'm surprised. I mean, Aqua only dealing 39,000 damage, and that's less than the Esmeralda. So in that particular game, even though they did win it, it was definitely carried onto the back of Iman, and Aqua didn't deal as much damage as we're used to from a Xavier.
Yeah, I was also surprised by that. I mean, maybe it points to him just being very cautious about using his ultimates, you know, using it exactly the right points that they want to. But Iman, definitely, you can also see this is how RSG-PH plays around their draft. They play around Iman, waiting for him to come online before they are able and confident to take the game.
This is, I mean, again, a surprising factor here, right? Because anytime a Sicilian is drafted, you know you really want to take it to the late game. So it was almost like they had that assurance policy. They just couldn't get there because of exactly what RSG Philippines threw at them, which was pretty much Emon. I mean, again, Light was trying to find those plays on that Kufra. Sometimes he found them, sometimes he didn't, but it was just that pure damage coming out from the gold laner here. So now as we get ready for the next game, you gotta think, does Smart Omega go back to that game plan of let's stall the game out as long as possible, you know, because we need our own assurance to be able to be in that comfort zone, because like you said, Eterna, this is the do or die situation.
That's the underlying thing that we need to talk about. I mean, the factor that always allows Omega to get those moments is the fact that Chaknu is on a hero who can create that kind of space. Now, the problem was in game number 3, he wasn't on someone like the Kufra. He wasn't on someone like the Atlas or let's say the Cho. And so even if they wanted to wait out into the late game, the problem is if RSG-PH went in very aggressively, they had no CC to kind of inhibit that kind of aggression, because we all know Carrie is strong. She does deal the DPS, she does chunks of damage, but the problem is her range is very limited. How do you counter that? You can counter that with someone with really good CC. Let's say even the Ruby would have worked really well in that kind of position.
Yeah, definitely hoping to see more of that CC coming from the side of Omega. Like you said, right, they were huge in terms of the damage output, but in the later part, only you had to rely on the Sanguine Claws to be able to catch someone. Otherwise, it would be Chaknu face checking everything, trying to land that power of wildness. So we're gonna take a look at how these two teams, especially Omega, might adjust their drafts here in this third game.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the draft for the fourth game, like you mentioned, right? So Smart Omega gonna go ahead and take out the Julian here early on. So this is actually a surprise because we saw so much of Julian kind of set the pace of the entire tournament, right, early on, and it was just a big flex pick. So Smart Omega does not want that to be kind of that obstacle that they have to face here, where RSG Philippines doesn't want to just deal with a 1-1, so they take that ban out. Notice too, ban's a little bit slower here, but they don't want to deal with Franco, so they take that out as well. I feel like a lot of this is just going to be priority hero picks. Smart Omega could potentially go back to comfortability, because when we saw them down before in yesterday's matches, I mean, they had to just pretty much dig themselves out of the hole here. So that could be a potential for them for this game number 4.
Yeah, 100%. That is definitely on the table. Is now we're going to take a look at the last few bans here coming in from RSG Philippines. But I saw in the audience someone was like, use Zilong. We want to see Zilang. Are we going to see Zilang here in the fourth game between Omega as well as RSG? It does seem like the Ling is going to come through once again in terms of bans as well as that Beatrix.
They're taking out the Beatrix here. RSG-PH probably going to another archive ban here because Omega is on the blue side. They have that priority on the first pick. And I think heavy spin is definitely something that they don't want to deal with. But that means that, I don't know, Omega, what are they going to prioritize? The Xavier?
Your team is picking.
Yeah, you got, okay. I would be surprised if they decided to first pick a Fanny again. I don't think that's gonna, okay, never mind. I'm surprised.
You're surprised.
There it is. The Fanny's gonna be locked in here again. Smart Omega still wants to rely on that early aggression for Ryzen to get that pace set here because it worked out. Actually, if you look at the last game, right, it worked out at first. But then, again, you need something to continue on with that momentum you grab, and that's exactly what RSG Philippines is going to be thinking here. How, again, do we draft? How do we counter this Fanny pick? Still, great option could be Kufra. That's still open as well.
Yeah, I think that would be a good counter to Omega's Fanny, but in the meantime, there you go. You called it the Kufra. And they're also picking up the Esmeralda because that is a priority hero for Nas here. So want to secure that in advance before it gets taken by Omega. And on the other side, Xavier. It feels like this is deja vu. Are they just running the previous game all over again?
A little swaps, I guess. I think the Xavier was in the hands of RSG Philippines in the previous game and it's now been taken for the side of Omega because of that Kufra second pick from RSG. Now Omega with the last opportunity here in the first phase. To be honest, I really would like them to secure someone for Chaknu.
Chaknu, I mean, again, how do you match up? I feel like, you know, you had the Hilda, you saw the Hilda previously. This is going to be the Masha locked in here, right? But what do you have? What do you do here for Smart Omega? You need to enable that play-making potential, right? Which a lot of people just look at Chaknu to be that person. So could this be the time where he is a little bit more in that shot-calling aggressive position on a hero to find those plays here? Because hey, he knows how to play against a Kufra, that's for sure. But RSG Philippines, this time, it is a little swapperoo here. They take the Sicilian this time.
Man, Valentine has just been like ignored for this game.
Oh, that's true. I mean, well, there's also not a lot of huge ultimates. I mean, usually you want the big, you know, booyah, real world manipulation kind of ultimates. But yeah, you can steal the bat space here. I guess that would be a good pick. It's probably going to end up in the second phases of ban here, I expect. But Naisu, you were talking about Chaknu making the plays. The Cho is open.
Yeah, I mean, he could take it, right? But it's, yeah, even Grok, who we haven't seen much this tournament. I mean, he's popped up a couple times here and there, but there's still a lot of options available for Chaknu. You can see already the bans being focused on here, the gold lane, because that's the next concern here for both teams, right? This time, Smart Omega learned their lesson. They don't want to give that carry up because the performance of carry so far through the tournament has been insane, especially with that Bloodlust Axe build. We've seen it and even having the sprint, so it's really hard to deal against that, especially when people really favor those tanks in the current meta.
Your team is
okay, but it is going to be double gold lane bans here for the side of RSG, really respecting the capacity that Kelra can have in game, but man, that gold lane is going to be super limited for both teams.
I was just looking at that, right? There are 5 bans now. They are limiting their options on both, like for themselves and for the enemy team as well. So let's look at the gold lane, right? Since we're on this topic, there is Clint left open. Brody is left open, but Popo and Koopa is also left open. Aside from that, I mean, are we missing anything else? It's not too many.
Oh, there it is. Grok.
Called it, Naisu?
No, Eterna called it.
Oh, Eterna called it. Oh, yeah.
That's the 200 IQ drafting coming out from Eterna here. And a good choice, actually. So, I mean, again, this is why they wanted to take out that carry because, you know, they want to take the Grok. They don't want to deal with all that shredding capabilities coming out from carry. So they force RSG Philippines to respond around that. They have one more pick here to really round out this draft. it honestly looks very good. So we'll see what they decide to put in the hands of Kelra in just a couple seconds. And there you go. It's going to be the Clint. Very bursty. The win percentage doesn't do it justice, right? Because I mean, Clint is a great choice here for the gold lane, especially paired up with what they have already. There's the response.
Okay, the Popple and Koopa does get picked up to round out the composition coming in from RSG Philippines as well. But what I wanted to see, honestly, for the side of Omega, I wanted to see a Yuzong in that gold lane. Understanding that he can go into the back line and deal a lot of damage onto Sicilian to prevent him from dishing out the damage that he is intended to do.
Yeah, right now we're gonna take a last look at both of these team compositions here. I mean, personally, we kind of got what we asked for, Eterna. We asked for more initiation potential on the side of Omega, and there you go, the Grok immediately. We're gonna see that in this next game. RSG not gonna lose out. They have the Kufra as well as the Esmeralda for that opportunity to engage and disengage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna get more intense as we head into Game 4.
Welcome to the land of Dawn. Game number 4 here. Match point for RSG Philippines. Cheer for whatever team you're rooting for, because at the end of the day, Philippines is looking for that grand final spot. Chaknu already taking some early damage.
Yeah, this is surprising. I mean, initially we always think that Aqua shouldn't be dealing out the damage we want him to because it is very earlier on in the game. And usually because of that happening, it does seem like it should be Omega, but what? Light?
Oh, they're actually going to force Kelra already to flicker. They're going to focus him down. He grabs the kill here. Ryzen now looking for Light, but so far, 1-for-1 trade. Ryzen not going to be able to get Light here.
Yeah, it doesn't, I think, have enough damage or the energy for it to pull that off. So we're gonna give that up here, but you can see Light still hanging around Changnu in the mid lane though, putting some damage onto Demon Kite, and Aqua responds in kind. Still decides to stay here to contest for the Lethal Wanderer.
Very, very messy early game. I mean, very over-aggressive coming in from both teams. I do think that they both understand the importance of the gold lane, and they're trying to pressure it in the same way. So coming into the later stages of the game, let's see for some more mirroring movements. Let's say play for those lanes in that bottom side, understanding that's where the next turtle is going to spawn.
Yeah, and so going back to that first blood kill, right, goes in the hands of Kelra here. This is, again, best case scenario for any type of gold laner. If you can get those early kills, it will really help you scale very well. Again, this is a Clint, doesn't have the best win rate, but the damage can be there. Also, Emon, I mean, we haven't seen much Popple and Koopa, but it can work. Also gives you an extra health bar on the map to kind of block things or just be in the way, but also the pressure there too, because most likely, I mean, a lot of people, they kind of underestimate that damage coming out from Popple and Koopa, especially if they take in that early BOD with the Weapon Master. But now, Turtle going to be the focus here. Demon Kite going to push them back, but it's going to be secured by Ryzen. Nice Turtle pickup here. Has to retreat. There's Chaknu with the Wild Charge, plus the Dawning Light. Going to force RSG back here.
Amazing, amazing Mystic Fields there coming in from E2 Max, and compared as well with the Dawning Light was huge. It would allow the side of Omega to actually escape that situation with 0 casualties and actually coming out on top. But what is quite interesting is that the side of RSG is actually leading in gold. I wonder why this is.
I guess they've been farming really well. So far, Iman is actually 1 level ahead of Kelra, despite his early pickoff in the top lane here. So he has only just turned level 5, and Light has also been putting a lot of pressure. Now, Kelra has actually opted to pick up the Killing Spree emblem here. So when you talk about the Weapon Master, Navs though, so much damage being put on by Ryzen here. Manages to still get away. It looks like Ryzen's not going to go for it, but on the top side, it's going to be RSG-PH stripping entirely the gold here, as well as the first tier 1 turret up top. Omega trying to respond, but a bit too late to the party.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, okay, so they make the cross-map play. They grab the turret up there. I'm still surprised that Nats was able to survive there. But going back to your question, right, if you're wondering about that early gold lead, the Avarice emblem does help out there. And you can see Esmeralda pretty much just bullying that lane, right, because Renzio can't do much right now. So as they transition, this could end up also being a lane swap eventually. But RSG Philippines, they want to just be careful because they have to know, right, you have Aqua on Sicilian, you're most likely not going to be doing a ton of damage just yet.
Oh, it does seem like it is going to be Omega kind of losing out in that swap as well. I mean, they were looking for a cross-map play in the bottom side, but Nats going nuts there in that bottom side, being able to juke out all the issues coming in from Omega, as now it is going to be the Turtle spawning into the Land of Dawn, the center focus of both teams in that early game.
It's gonna be a thing now. Nats going nuts.
Yeah.
Just gonna use that. But
Key to victory.
RSG, key to victory. RSG picking up the first hits on this Turtle second objective now. It's going to go the way. Oh, what? Ryzen actually stealing that away with the retribution. So this goes in their way, and now they even out the gold lead here across the two teams.
Okay, he made that look a little too easy. It's just like he cabled in there. It's just like, yeah, I'll take that.
Thank
Grabs
you very
the turtle,
much.
yeah. And so again, this is a good form for Omega to deal with. Ryzen, I mean, he's got to be careful on these plays, though. It is going to be just him and Naz working against each other. Under the turret, he goes, and he grabs one. Ryzen feeling really good on this Fanny. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Renzio and Chaknu here. They've got to be careful because also the rest of the team are making their way downtown. Aqua going to be trying to get some vision there, too. Renzio takes quite a bit of damage. Light charging up. Doesn't hit Renzio. But there you go, Ryzen taking buffs.
Huge macro play coming in from Omega. They read the fact that the Popple and Koopa wanted to swap lanes with the Esmeralda, and it was Ryzen to be able to prevent the Esmeralda from actually going to that top lane and even taking him down in the process. So that was a huge macro movement, as now Omega is leading with 1,000 in economy, and RSG now falling a little bit behind.
We can see Omega already feeling a bit more comfortable, more confident as well. Their ability, like you said, Chaknu is comfortable on these heroes where he can use them to initiate fights. And they've been taking it really, really well, as Iman takes a bit of damage from E2 Max, Dawning Light. Now they have to be careful. Like you said, in the early game, they did get a fight. It was only thankful that it was the early part. E2 Max didn't have the damage to put out onto RSG. Otherwise, they could potentially secure many kills there. So RSG does need to be careful as they look at the next objective here. Bottom side Turtle spawning in 5 seconds.
This is all they have to do, right? Continue to press the gas here, right? Because the pace is already set by Smart Omega. Let's see if they can actually secure another turtle here. The last one they just got for free. Now they can actually be comfortable, confident enough, like you guys are saying, to contest this. They're actually just going to let RSG Philippines go ahead and start that up. Meanwhile, look at Renzio. He's cutting the lane pretty deep. Light finds the Tyrant's Rage. Chaknu misses, though. Kelra goes down. RSG Philippines happy to grab a kill, but Ryzen grabbing another turtle.
Okay, third turtle of the game here goes into the hands of Omega rather easily, even though they did have to lose Kelra in the process. You could see Light's initiation on that. He was waiting so patiently in that particular jungle and waited for the right time to be able to spot Kelra out. And now Kelra is falling behind Iman, and it's going to be interesting, right? Because the thing is, with the Popple and Koopa, you have like a fail-safe happening. The Popple and Koopa is a really good siege hero, and if things go south, you can just use the Popple and Koopa to just munch away on that turret.
I guess that's a plan B for them, right? Going into this mid stage of the game now. But I don't know, RSG-PH can see Light trying to set up for something here, but Omega's not giving them the opportunity to.
I mean, again, the way I feel about Fanny is at some point, right, how long can you continue that aggression? There's so much relying on Ryzen alone here when you have this type of pick. On the other hand, right, Demon Kite, Karina, if you have a bad game, you can usually still be pretty useful towards the late game. So a lot relies on the jungle match as well. Chaknu just block them off here. Again, they also have to protect Kelra here, right? Clint, not the most mobile hero, does have the flicker and a little bit of a dash potential with him, but at the same time, look at all the engages that are on RSG Philippines, right? It's pretty tough to dodge all of those initiations coming in, whether that's light, whether that's the stun from Emon. So Kelra's positioning this game is going to be very crucial.
They're really farming very well, like Eterna pointed out, but right now, Bat's Feast popped in the mid lane, dishes out some damage onto Chaknu. They're going to be safe for now. But going back to Kelra, he's farming extremely well. You can see he was down for a bit, but now he is level 10, and even Ryzen himself is, well, 2 levels ahead of Demon Kite. So Omega, even though they're even in kills, it looks like they're really having a bit more control here.
This is so like disciplined plays across the board. When you see the Fanny in the Indonesian league, she usually goes in very crazily, very aggressive, looks for those pickoffs, those early game kills. But in this case, Ryzen is just really focusing on those objectives, taking 3 turtles already, being very consistent in that area, and also trying to, you know, like bait all those resources that RSG Philippines could possibly prop up.
I mean, yeah, welcome to PH meta, right? They love their objectives.
Is this normal?
Yeah, this is pretty normal, right? So if you're seeing it for the first time, this is usually how it goes. Both teams, they have tons of discipline. I mean, that's why they are here at the current stage of the tournament. But what they do very well, both sides, is just punishing mistakes. And so when you have that, I mean, both teams waiting for each other to make a mistake, this is usually how it plays out. We've seen it up to this point already, game number 4. No one even wants to commit on this Lord yet.
I think they're just trying to wait for an opening, you know, the first one to pull the trigger. We can see Iman already getting that win of nature early as compared to Kelra here. So pretty, you know, respecting the damage coming from the side of Omega. I think especially on Ryzen here as he's farming up, ability to just go in the back line, pop the cutthroat as well as the spin to wins.
Yeah, again, like, at this point, RSG Philippines are looking for a pick here, which is going to rely a lot on light. Demon Kite just trying to get some focus here on that Lord Pit. He wants to see actually if he can just freely take this or force a response from Smart Omega. So again, they can try to punish them, but also they're holding on maybe one hit on that bottom turret. So Smart Omega might want to look for some more turrets on the map to open it up, especially those tier 1s. Because again, you could see no one committing just yet. They just want to grab the vision, the space around the next big objectives. And as the game goes on, Etu Max is going to have a lot lower cooldowns. You can already see they finally grabbed that turret that RSG Philippines was holding on to for so long.
I would have thought that Omega wanted to just go for that Lord because they had the man advantage. The problem is the Masha just keeps on pushing the waves in the top side and the bottom side, really forcing Nas to go into different lanes, and that actually gives them a man advantage if they want to contest for this next objective. But now it is going to be a 4v5 situation. Will the Fanny be able to get back in time?
I mean, Ryzen doing this, notice what's happening, right? Like you just mentioned, Eterna, the split pushing happening is that's the case for 2 different players on Smart Omega, right? Ryzen is doing that to the top lane. That turret will most likely go down. This is what I was saying, right? Continue to find turrets, get the space, force some pressure, and this might open up a Lord take if they can continue that on, because Renzio's doing that too, and he finds Demon Kite. This could be the green light for them to just take that Lord, and what discipline showing here from Smart Omega.
Definitely is. Kelra hiding in the bushes and finding those shots. Aqua, ooh, takes some damage there. But, you know, even though it looked like there was a stalemate there, it wasn't. Omega was slowly chunking away at RSG's objectives. There was Renzio all the way at the top, like you said, Eterna, just farming up top, getting the turrets. And on the bottom, I think Kelra was also the one that took the turret. And the thing is, Omega has such a better draft because they have so much mobility to be able to rotate that much faster than RSG-PH. And because of that, the longer RSG drags this out, they're only going to give more opportunities for Omega to slowly take all these defenses away from them.
Well,
yeah, I mean, Kelra already, even though he doesn't seem to be having too much of a positive KDA at a 1-2-1, you can already feel the damage slowly building in, with the true damage coming in from his passive as well as a penetration from his just bought Malefic Roar. This definitely is going to be something that RSG-PH needs to bear in mind. In addition to that, E2 Max already has the Enchanted Talisman as well as that Lightning Truncheon. And Solo, you could just feel the damage really popping off onto Aqua there with the Divine Light.
Yeah, I mean, Aqua being able to get those items is going to really be beneficial because, again, this is scaling, right? We're talking about scaling here. Sicilian, as the game goes on, this will be a thorn in the side of Smart Omega. So right now, you got to say, they're happy with those turrets. They've got the space now. They can continue that pressure game like we've been talking about, especially on the side lane. That's what we see Renzio continuing to do. Now they're going to be focusing here. Naz could be in trouble. 3 members there, but has the team to back him up. This is exactly what RSG Philippines has to be careful of. Nat's giving them a go signal, though. Chaknu and Renzio on that side with the orange buff. Light wants to be careful here. Dawning Light's going to come out. They actually find a kill on Chaknu here. That's a mistake as they now focus on Renzio. Has to pop the sprint. Ryzen, is he going to go back into the base as he finds a kill himself? Getting Emon. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Naz returning here. Light goes down. 2 fall for both teams. And now Naz chasing Renzio with Demon Kite. We're going to get stopped here with that Mystic Field.
I mean, still worth it for the side of Omega, right? They lose 2 gold laners easy, but Chaknu traded for Aqua. 100% going to be better for the side of Omega. They don't want to, but Ryzen goes crazy with those steel cables there. He's looking to be very comfortable on this Fanny, even though I did have a little doubts on him with the Fanny. I think he's just warming up, and you can see now that the pressure has started to ensue from the side of Omega. Now 4,000 gold into their hands in the 15th minute.
Slowly shoring up that gold for themselves as they enter into, well, starting the later stages of the game now. And Omega, we could see them at the earlier team fight. They just baited out Aqua's Bat's Feast as well. They want to wait for this huge ultimates to be spent. And once they recognize that, they are so good always at counter-engaging. And the thing is, they have the ability to as well. Granted, I think Kelra went a little bit aggressive there and sacrificed his life for it, but otherwise I felt it was going well. Now Demon Kite taking the aggressive position. Actually, no, having to back away now as Ryzen secures the Lord for themselves.
Big pickup there, right? So they pretty much freely get that Lord. And again, look at the base of RSG Philippines, right? They're down at that 1 mid turret. Meanwhile, Smart Omega has every turret in the mid lane up. So they can play around this, continue to push in the lanes right now as they have a good, comfortable lead. The one thing, again, they have to watch out for is Aqua's scaling here. That's the biggest threat for them because Emon is pretty much struggling to get any initiation or follow-up because, again, the great thing about a Xavier is you have the Mystic Field. If you choose you want to disengage, not only do you have that, but you also have Chaknu. The way we've seen Chaknu play around that wild charge, he uses it defensively and offensively. And now, Lord going to be in the mid lane. They grab the bottom turret. Smart Omega could be looking to take another one. Lord should go down pretty quickly as RSG Philippines has good, clear speed. Ryzen trying to cause some chaos here. Lord is finally taken out. Top turret still up. Right now, Smart Omega might want to just take the displayed approach. Nas does get stunned here. Oh, but another one. Kelra's taken out. Emon pops the Wind of Nature. He should be fine. No one falling for RSG Philippines just yet. They're still defending. Ryzen goes in, grabs a kill for himself. But right now, RSG Philippines able to defend.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade in that particular area, but it does seem like Omega, they are going to go back from this. They don't want to engage too much, and they don't want to risk too much because they already lost Kelra in the process, and that is their main damage dealer as that Dawning Light chunks so much damage.
Oh, here comes Ryzen. He's hunting for Aqua, not able to get the kill there. Demon Kite looking to punish, but he gets stunned by the wild charge. Etu Max now falls. RSG Philippines going to chase them back, but has to defend their base.
Yeah, Ryzen just been phenomenal on this Fanny this game. He is really popping off. I mean, you see the non-committal Dawning Lights come in. You see some damage coming out from Renzio. I think it was Renzio that chunked down Aqua there. And Ryzen so quick to recognize that opportunity to go in. We're going to see the replay coming in presented by TikTok.
All right, here we go. We can see this is the base defense they wanted, right? RSG Philippines did their best here. Again, Emon was forced to pop that Wind of Nature, able to defend here. Ryzen goes in for a pretty risky play, able to pick up a kill. And right now, RSG Philippines going to punish, right? Etu Max is not up. They need to start focusing on the map, but Demon Kite, look how confident Ryzen is.
super confident.
Super
confident. And this is a little bit different to what we were accustomed to seeing. He was a little bit, he was testing the limits. He got caught out a little too much. But in this particular game, still standing at a 300 KDA, he's done a lot for his team. Able to just dish out the damage and even do a lot of finishers on the board. As now we need to focus on the next objective, which is going to be that Lord. But once again, Ryzen goes crazy. He's not allowing Nats to put more pressure in those side lanes.
Yeah, clearing out the minions here on the top side. Kara starts leashing the Lord here on the bottom. Renzio causing some disruption in the backline here. Right, pop the bouncing ball, just to disengage. Changnu tries to find an opportunity here. The window onto Demon Kite. The huge damage output coming out. Aqua forced to pop the bat speeds in defense though. And Renzio, he's stunned out, but look at the damage, just none. Oh, it comes in though now. They have to be careful.
Renzio!
He's back, but Iman finds the killing blow onto him and he goes down. Changnu being harassed by Nast here. It takes a lot of damage, but I think he will be just fine here. And it's going to be RSG this time.
Yeah, Nats played that really well. When they were going in for an engage, Nats just went into the backline and popped that Spalling Star Moon onto E2 Max. So E2 Max wasn't able to dish out the damage he was supposed to, and not even granting that Mystic Fields from popping.
Man, right now, again, just the push and pull between each Lord is just showing how disciplined each team is looking to be. Chaknu going to be at half health here. Is the main frontline. Ryzen waiting patiently. Here comes Light. There's the good dawning Light. Emon takes quite a bit of damage. Nats has to be careful. He does pop that Purify. He's going to be just fine. Meanwhile, Lord, it is really low, and it's going to be secured here by Demon Kite. They have to back off here. Meanwhile, their base completely exposed. Ryzen once again trying to do what he did in game 1.
Wow, I actually thought that Omega was going to counter-aggress on the RSG there because Changnu landed a Guardian's Bearer that put Iman out of position, but instead, RSG still turning this in their favor, and now they have the Lord coming down the top side as well. It is their chance to siege, and surprisingly, RSG, they've been down. Oh, the Bat Speed comes out. Changnu in some trouble. The Mystic Field and the Wild Charge combined together manages to secure Demon's Kite's life there. So it's still going to be Omega fighting back in this. Changnu still once more goes on to Light, forces the flicker. Renzio dives in, tries to get the damage, not going to be enough. Forced to back for it now. Dawning Light for more damage, but still not enough to have them close off the kills.
Oh, Nats. He's trying to help them out here. Emon's still pretty much full of health. But again, they have to be weary of their base. It's fully exposed here. That's the advantage that Smart Omega has on RSG Philippines. So they find a pick. There's the Wild Charge. Can they grab the kill? And they do as Nats falls. Now Ryzen, gotta be careful, doesn't have all the energy he wants, but this is a good spot for Smart Omega.
Man, Omega really coming back and staying relevant in the game, even though it was RSG with the initial tempo. See, that is the beauty of CC, especially for Smart Omega. They just need one moment, one Mystic Fields, one Wild Charge combo, wombo, and that is RSG now on the back foot.
Yeah, as Mirko would say, the wombo combo here. They're looking to take this to another game as they're just waiting patiently for Ryzen to make it down the mid lane here. RSG Philippines has to be able to defend. They do have great clear. It could be down to a Chak Mamba moment. There's the Wild Charge. Gets the knockup though on Light. Dawning Light comes out too. Aqua's in trouble. Gets to the fountain just in time. Minions now making their way down to mid lane. They're taking quite a bit of damage. There's the Mystic Field. Light falls. Kelra grabs a kill. Can they lock on the Crystal? They do. And the Kings of Sea take it to game number 5.
Forcing a 5th game in this best of 5. We're going all the way here for both Filipino representatives as both refuse to get kicked out of this tournament.
Back and forth, and we see this in the scores as well. One of them just keeps taking it, turn-taking. One victory to you, one victory to me, back to you and back to me. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see Game 5. Now, no more fun here. It is going to be the make or break, the real match point.
There we go again. Would you have it any other way? Take it the distance. I know everybody rooting for these teams here would love to see it go to the Game 5. So now we are going to be seeing that happen after, we kind of digest that game because a lot happened there. And again, I hope they highlight Ryzen because he's been forcing this Fanny pick time after time. Sometimes it's worked great for him. He's fallen back, but this one, this game, it didn't happen for him at all. I mean, he had the momentum and he continued on with it. Whether that damage kind of fell off a little bit for him, but he just went to the side lanes and it ended up working out so well. So we're going to have the analysts, of course, Leo and LaFell, break this game down for us because it was a heated one. So boys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joseph. We are men here at the stand. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by LaFell, and we're breaking down game number 4 between Smart Omega and RSG-PH. LaFell, you ready for some Tagalog time?
Sure, let's go.
Malakas si Ryzen.
Malakas su Ryzen. Did I say it right?
Yes.
All right,
Ryzen is
cool.
strong. Ryzen is strong.
Ryzen is strong. And the thing is, I called it, even the game that they did lose, Ryzen is impressing me because his cables are so precise, so direct. And like I said, in this game, he really popped off. However, I do want to bring the topic that not a lot of people have been talking about, which is the players might be getting a little bit tired because I can see some of the players are starting to make uncharacteristic mistakes, like Chatnu. Sometimes he misses his ult, and Demon Kai, earlier stages in the game, he's been missing those retributions. So it's been a long day for both teams. So I don't know. I kind of feel like it's something we got to talk about.
Yep, we might see that in the highlights, but for now, let's go into the hero builds. And of course, maybe run through the draft real quick because Popol and Koopa once more enters the fray.
Yeah, however, it didn't really work out too well. And the thing is, when I'm talking about tiredness as well, we got to look at how the side of Omega, the way that they play. Because in the early stages in the game, for the side of RRG Philippines, they tried to put a lot of pressure in the gold lane, trying to pressure Kelra. However, we can definitely see that it kind of backfired on them because Eman lost early as well. And the thing is, they couldn't really push too much out of it. Kelra, even though 3-4-2, he still played fine, and Ryzen put a lot of pressure there.
Yep, with a nickname like the Filipino Savage, you got to get used to having so much pressure on you.
Yeah.
And the way he played here was perfect. He picked his fights, he let loose where he could, and yeah, there were some trades. I think one way you could explain maybe the tiredness or the ways that players play when they're tired, there were times when Renzio traded almost for nothing. But again, if it's Renzio who's going down, I think that's fine. You trade where you can, you take fights where you can, and eventually you force it. Again, I don't think Aqua had enough time to build this Sicilian, nor did he have space, because Chaknu, yes, you will say, maybe he was dying, maybe he was playing a little sloppy here and there early to mid-game, but Ryzen was there to pick it up for him.
Yeah, but Ryzen, he's the guy that really made the matter worse because look at how he uses the Fanny, right? He goes straight to Demon Kite's face. He went straight for the side of RRG Philippines, even though Aqua did a lot of damage, 77,000 damage, but there's always the threat of the Fanny just suddenly coming in and then just using the cut through and then you're done. A lot of damage has been done by Etomax over here, 137,000 damage, but again, the Fanny is something that you don't really see, but just constantly attacking you, making it so that you're overloaded with so many stimulations that you're not so sure what you're going to do next.
Yep. Ryzen is so comfortable. The numbers will not explain how much he contributed here, but most definitely, it's a long, drawn-out story. Watch MPL Philippines Season 9, the Grand Finals. This is very, very different from that. I love how these teams have evolved. Let's award our MVP for game number 4. It's going over to Smart Omega's very own Ryzen. There he is!
He deserves it. He deserves it. He makes sure that for the side of RSG, hey, wake up. I'm attacking. This is a situation where the numbers, 302, is pretty okay. He didn't die. That's amazing. That's great. But the thing is, you have to watch the game itself to really see what he did throughout everything, because I remember at the point where we were talking, I was like, yo, this is 11, 12 minutes, but it's only 4 kills in total. So in terms of kills, it wasn't really a bloodbath. It was very calculated of every single move that they made.
Yep. Again, this does fall in the realm of a hybrid type Fanny. The reason why his kill score was very low and the damage that was very low is because he would push back all of RSG-PH and put them in just a hand's reach of death, and then moves would be made across the map. There would be turrets taken or camps taken away from Demon Kite, and that really does not show up in the numbers. Let's go check out the highlights. This is where we're going to see Ryzen in action.
Yeah, look at how the early stage of the game, they have a game plan for the side of RSG. Just focus on making sure that they win the gold lane setup. Now, even though they did get the turret up top, but again, it was not enough because afterwards we get FEC losing the turtle 1 by 1 really just slowly gives the map as well as gold advantage over the side of Omega. And then look, Ryzen just goes in, cuts through it, what can you really do?
Yep, the few times that Ryzen actually slept up, he did not have Cutthroat. It was on cooldown. But then again, the rest of Omega were there to follow through. And here you see Loki's dealing damage to the turrets. And I believe that was all synchronized. It was all off the back of Etomax, all Chaknu. Everyone was in agreement, and eventually they got it. Yes, there was some punishes on Emma. Now it makes sense. Maybe that's why they picked up the Popolin Koopa alongside Lights Kufra. It was to lock down Ryzen. They needed that confirmed stun, that CC. But Ryzen knew where to be, man. It was just too much.
It was beautiful to watch, honestly, just because it's almost like we want to ask, why is Ryzen consistently attacking like these tanky heroes? Like, we see him attacking the Esmeralda over and over and over again. I mean, there are times when he did manage to get the kills. But again, even though he's attacking those tanky heroes, the fact that he doesn't really get caught, that's amazing. And that is why I do want to say, it's high risk, high reward. When you're using a high mechanical hero, if you're mentally starting to tire out, you're going to make mistakes. But the thing is, if the enemy is super fresh, using a high mechanical hero, and you're tired, it's going to make it so much more difficult for you to actually catch the guy, and no one was able to catch Ryzen.
Yep, that's a mental thing, but mechanically speaking, Ryzen, once he bites down onto the likes of Nats, he goes in with impunity, and I'm not talking about the team from Cambodia, I'm talking about the fact that he cannot be punished. You have to have the Falling Star Moon to stop Ryzen, and as long as he has energy, he can cable out and then do it all over again.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like even if you do manage to catch him, he'll just fly away. 3-0-2, he did not die a single time in that game. Now, comes to the question, should we really focus like banning out the Fanny? I mean, it didn't deal the most damage, but who knows?
If it's Ryzen's Fanny, maybe RSG-PH should get tabs on it. Leo and LaFell out for now. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the lovely Mara Aquino. Let's see what's happening right before we get into the match.
You hear the screams of the fans. Nobody wants to give up. Nobody wants to surrender. The Comeback Kings versus the Kingslayers. And right over here, hi, come stand up. What's your name? Hurley.
No, that's Harley, like Harley Davidson.
Oh, like Harley, like Harley, like the maid Charlie.
Yeah, the maid.
Exactly. Okay, so who are you rooting for?
Barangay Omega, Smart.
Barangay Omega. Why?
Because of Kelra and Chaknu.
Oh, why do you like Kelra and Chaknu?
They're actually the one who carries the team, and I really like about how passionate they are to their team.
They're very passionate, aren't they?
Yeah.
So right now, it's 2-all. Who do you think is the most energetic amongst all the team when you were watching them? You were paying attention to them. Who did you notice had the most energy?
For me, I think it's Etomax because
Etomax.
he is the one who's doing the shot call.
Ah.
So he want to make sure that all of his teammates are always alert.
That's right. It's actually Etomax and Chaknu.
Yeah,
that's the main shot callers.
Yep.
You're here with?
My husband, my friends.
Oh, you're here with your husband and your friends. That's so nice you're here together. Okay, you know what? The only female in the group. I'm gonna put you in charge, okay? You're gonna get them and the entire crowd here at MyTech to cheer for Barangay Omega. Can you do that?
Sure, no problem.
All right, let's do it.
Barangay Omega Magingay! Omega! 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 Omega!
Oh my gosh, good job. Good job, good job. If Chaknu right now and Calra, your favorite players, could hear you, what do you want to tell them?
Pauwiin natin sila. We can do it. We are the MSC champion 2022!
Thank you so much. For sure, they heard that and you're giving them a lot of energy right now. Where are the fans of RSG? Okay, this one right here, this one right here. Hi, can I talk to you? Okay, here's your mic. Come stand up, What's your name? Oh, yeah.
Ayman.
Ayman, who are you here with?
Yeah, my friend.
Who's your favorite player from RSG?
Like,
Light. Why Light?
because I'm a tank user just like him.
You're a tank user just like him.
Yes.
And Light is our season MVP. Now, you heard Harley. She got to pump up Barangay Omega and they all joined her for a cheer. Can you do the same for RSG? You think you can do that?
Of course.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes.
Let's see if they're more energetic. Let's see it.
Okay, come on, guys. RSG! 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 RSG!
Okay, how about let's do a battle? How's that? How's that, okay? Let's see who has the loudest cheer. Omega or RSG? Let's hear it once again for Barangay Omega. Let's hear it once again for RSG.
RSG! 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 RSG!
Wow.
RSG!
And there's RSG right now walking here. But you know what? Regardless what happens, Philippines will head to the grand finals. How about everybody? Let's say together, Lakas ng Pinas. Can you do that? Lakas ng Pinas.
Lakas ng Pinas.
Harley, can you do Lakas ng Pinas? Lakas ng Pinas. Let's give Harley a mic. Let's give Harley. Yeah. Lakas ng Pinas. Now all together, everybody here at MyTech. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Lakas ng Pinas. Lakas ng Pinas. Lakas ng Pinas. All right. You can feel the energy in here. Philippines versus Philippines. No matter what happens, the country is the winner. Let's turn it over to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the English desk. We have a series on our hand. We have game number 5, Philippines versus Philippines. Of course, this is the best case scenario for all of us here rooting for a Philippine team. And right now, I gotta say, it's heated. Even me, I don't know who to root for because I love both teams so much. And I hope you guys haven't figured out at home because, wow, we have a series on our hands.
Honestly, I want to ask you, Naisu, have you changed your predictions? It was NA before. Are you leaning towards 1 at the moment?
It's okay. Well, NA, let's be specific. There's no answer there. It's not North America, right? So I'm just kidding. Shout out to the BTK boys. But yeah, basically, I don't know because I love the story of both of these teams. I have been very vocal about, how much I've loved to see the development of RSG Philippines. And again, Smart Omega, they are just a fan favorite. And I have so much respect for Smart Omega, especially the Chak Mamba, man. Scrubby, how are you feeling? Have you changed your mind? Or are you still sticking with what you predicted?
I'm still sticking, man. I mean, look at RSG Philippines. I love their spirit. They work together as a team. And when Mara was telling the story of how, Iman was blaming himself and the team had his back, that really got to me. Like, that's how you play as a team, and I love them for that. But of course, no biases here. I think it's so hard to make a prediction because looking at these games, these 4 games that have just passed, it can honestly go either way. Like, you just don't know.
I wanted to join Naps there, like breathing, right? Because
you can.
There's. Okay, basically because there's so much on the line, right? If you literally think about their hashtags, right? GG, RSG, and One Shot Omega, it all comes down to this game. I mean, even think about how Coach Panda feels literally watching this along with the team on Discord. I mean, there's so much happening here. And I'm wondering too, right? Speaking of the next game ahead of us, do we see Ryzen once again getting that fanny? Because it was kind of a question early on in the series, but now you've seen it perform time after time. Never mind. It's taken out here. RSG Philippines not going to give that one a go here. So they're going to force Ryzen into something else. But bands going to be that Ling, Masha, and the Fanny. Smart Omega responding with that Franco band, the Wan, and the Julian here. So priority, Eterna, what are you feeling?
Oh man, I mean Akai is still on the table here because of how different the bans are coming in because they respected the Fanny. So the Akai is going to fall into the hands of RSG, where it seems like they have traded positions.
Yeah, RRQ on the first pick, and I think this is what they're comfortable with as well. They've got the Akai this time, but I think Omega must have had to see this coming. So I wouldn't be surprised that they find a response to this. It does leave the Esmeralda open as well. That has been a priority pick. There you go for both of these teams in the early stages of the game. Xavier is picked up also. I'm curious about the Claude though, because usually we see him picked up in the second phases, but throughout these games, he has been rather high in terms of, rather early in terms of
Priority.
priority.
Yeah, I think I mean, either way, like we've already talked about how the Philippine teams play, right? It's very objective based, but also if they're able to be starting strong, right? Start off on the right foot, they will do that, and it could potentially lead to a snowball. We've seen that before too. So tools-wise, right? Smart Omega taking in that Xavier. Again, this is a very comfortable pick for them. What I want to know is, does RSG Philippines want to respond with the Sicilian again? Because that seems to be the reoccurring theme, and it's actually going to be the Eve and the Claude, like you guys mentioned, right? Big priority pickup here. So now RSG Philippines having good tools available to them to control, again, that objective-based game style they like to play.
Oh, this is tough. I mean, if we're looking at this type of composition, I want to see Kufra on Chakmamba, but to be honest, I think I would prefer the Cho in this particular situation just because the Cho can use that Way of Dragon to cancel the real world manipulation coming in from that Eve, because that's gonna be huge, especially when they go down into those team fights. But it is going to be the Kufra here for the side of Smart Omega, Chakmamba himself on his infamous pick.
Attorney, you're seeing the right hero there,
I
right?
am,
And
this
that
time.
is the Kufra.
It's the Kufra.
The Chak Mamba is out here. So again, anytime I like how, you know, even casters from other regions, they're like, how is Chaknu getting the Kufra, right? So that could be again a big obstacle here for RSG Philippines. They want to be really careful on how they kind of play this, because already you've showed your hands in that gold lane, right? And you still don't know exactly what does Smart Omega want to take for the gold lane. So some of these bans most likely could be targeted towards Kelro. What is he going to play, right? Notice too, Beatrix has not been banned out just yet. I wouldn't be surprised if it is a kind of priority ban that they want to go for. But first, they take out the Irithel.
I'm surprised that they chose the Irithel first, but I'm pretty positive that they are going to ban out the Beatrix here. I mean, no reason to let it through. Omega going to take out the Deroth as well really quickly, just to make sure that Renzio has a better time in the lane. Right now, RSG, what else are they looking at? They need a roamer and they need a jungler. Potentially, do you think they could go into a more beefy, like heavier jungler here? Because so far they have They might want to protect the Claude here.
If they go with the jungle, like let's say it's a Kai jungle, right? That is already kind of a potential possibility here for them. So again, it's going to be, what is the response from Smart Omega? The only thing not here. So Beatrix is open, right? They don't take that out at all. They actually ban out the Karina here. So I mean, I could see them wanting to lock that in, but instead they lock in, like you mentioned, a tanky jungle option here being that box shot.
Man, is that a mistake letting the Beatrix go? Oh, but
Well, there's Claude on the other side,
oh
so
my
it's not
god!
that.
RSG, they can't pick up the Beatrix because they've already picked up the Claude. So this is huge for the side of Smart Omega. They could definitely just leave it open and pick it up for that fifth pick, especially understanding that Kelra is a beast, the Filipino savage himself, as RSG Philippines now caught in a situation where they need to be trying to figure out who they want to put in that roamer position. The Cho is still available for them to lock down, as is the Ruby, but I don't know how effective a Ruby can be. The Thamos is going to be the choice here to go against that Esmeralda in lane, as the Cho also gets popped up.
Okay. This is also Nav's very comfortable hero pick here. He showed that dominance back in Season 8 even, and then Season 9. So this is a very comfortable hero for him to go against his other favorite hero, that Esmeralda. So solid choice here. This has to be, it's not even going to be the Beatrix. They're going to just take the carry.
Yeah, pretty tanky lineup here for the side of RSG. So Omega instead opting for that, basically the tank slayer here in the name of carry. And I think it was really smart of Omega to wait on that last pick because it felt as if like RSG was baiting them into it. But we're going to see how exactly this draft pans out, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 5, match point between RSG Philippines and Smart Omega.
Man, right now, MyTech, you're either GG RSG or you're one-shot Omega. Because either way, this is going to be a battle as the whole series has been. And right now, game number 5, a lot on the line here. Do the King Slayers move on, or do the Kings of C defend their title? But hold on, we have to wait a little bit. The intensity.
We gotta build up the hype here.
Build up the suspense.
Yes.
Until next time. Okay, well, let's go ahead, right? Let's just take a moment here to digest things a little more. The crowd is hyped. I'm sure the players are too, just like us here on the caster desk, right? So, again, this is a high-stakes game. It's literally one shot for both teams. They want to make sure that they have everything figured out for this last game of the day. Now, if we take a look again at both compositions, Eterna, I kind of already know who you're feeling here, right? For the draft, you've even probably said it in your predictions here. But based on the draft, how are you feeling? Does Smart Omega have the right tools here to go against what RSG-PH has drafted?
I would say yes. My reasoning behind this is this Baxia is going to be a huge nuisance to people like the Claude, like the Claude, like the Eve as well in that backline. There's just so many tools for Omega to work with in order for them to push through in this game against RSG.
I thought you were just gonna say, honestly, Omega because Kufra.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's
I
probably.
wanted to say that, but I didn't want to sound too biased, even though it's
Okay,
really
okay.
clear that I'm biased for Smart Omega here.
I would be surprised, the people in the comment section, who are you going to call biased when both teams are Philippines,
okay, I'm
right?
fine.
But you are kind of biased towards Chak Mamba, right? You love the Kufra there.
I
and,
do.
Shout out.
I mean, a lot of people are, because that's what Chaknu built a lot of his reputation on, was those picks, especially like the Kufra. I mean, TikTok moment after TikTok moment. It was some of the first things I saw when I was on TikTok. So, I mean, that's what we're going to see here, right? Hopefully he finds those moments that really define who the Mamba is. And now, Scrubby Cheeks, I have to ask you on the other side, because I'm obviously the neutral guy here, right? So
Obviously.
I got to ask you, RSG Philippines, how do you think they're going to fare against what Smart Omega has in the draft?
Honestly, I am a little worried for RSG here. Look, it's not just what Eterna said, right? It's also that I'm not sure if they have the damage that's enough to take down the members of Omega. Because remember in game 1, they picked up the Claude as well. They picked up the Eve as well, but they weren't able to burst through the just thick, beefy front line of the Esme, the Cho, the Masha, and right now you have a Baxia, you have like even tankier heroes. So RSG, they look like a one-hit wonder. If Omega baits out all of their cooldowns, it might be tough to be able to shred them through.
Well, that's the scary thing, right? So I can see on the top of the screen, right? They're going to go and do a game or remake here. So I'm assuming this could be the same draft. So if we're going to continue talking about it, let's talk about the carry, because so far the performance of a carry pick alone has been pretty devastating for the teams that had to go against it, right? So at the same time, how do you deal with that? We saw the early Wind of Natures being picked up on any of the gold laners, right? And we can already see, let's put the gold laners aside here, because right now on your screens we've got the matchup of Light and the Mamba himself. Two amazing roamers. I mean, kill participation, you got to give it to Light, right? He's 73% here. But that's not to say, the Mamba hasn't been making those games, those moments, those TikTok moments himself. It's just the way that Light has been playing. I mean, I can even say he's probably got quite a bit of inspiration from Chaknu. So this is, if you think about the whole story of RSG getting to this point, and I mean, at game 5, right? This is already
the kind of redemption arc here from that Season 9 Grand Finals, and there's a lot, again, at stake for both of these teams. Two amazing roamers. If you did this with any of the players on both teams, you could say the same thing, right? Whether that's the XP lane, the gold lane, mid lane, whichever. But both teams at this point, I gotta say, evenly matched up, especially Smart Omega. Like, they have somehow found some form of improvement in this lower bracket. They've molded them into a much more refined Smart Omega. So regardless of the outcome here, I gotta say, they're looking pretty good at Turner.
I agree with you, and that's exactly what their hashtag entails. Hashtag one shot Omega. They literally have one shot, and that's how they like to play it. They like to go in for that lower bracket. They like to slay all their opponents in that lower bracket, and that's where they're comfortable. It's not just last year in MSC where they did the same thing. I mean, they did the same thing as well in MLBB Season 9, where they were able to come out on top, and you can already see the fans here. Oh, a little bit of taunting, a little bit of spice here. We like this, we like this. Some friendly banter is definitely appreciated. And for the side of RSG though, even if we take a look at the numbers, I've got to say that RSG, I feel like they're the more consistent team. Time and time again, they're more disciplined, they play to their winning conditions, whereas Omega on the board, they have lower stats and data because of those one moments that they need to come back.
So why did you predict Omega? No, I'm joking, but I know why you predicted, right?
Do I need to go on the stage and like show my announce?
Yeah, you already got a picture with Chakney, right? So,
But, I mean, that being said, right? Yes, Omega, they're comfortable in the lower brackets. This is where they thrive the most. On the other hand, though, RSG, although they are disciplined, this is new territory for them, kinda, right? Because it's a rematch of MPL Philippines, where they actually scored 4-1 against Omega. So being on the back foot now might be tough for them.
and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the last game here between RSG Philippines versus Smart Omega. GG RSG or a one-shot Omega. We'll see how it pans out. Naz already cutting that lane, so okay, let's slow things down here. Again, pacing is going to be looking to set. Ryzen's going to head secure those buffs. So Light trying to get some vision here too. So again, the tension between the two teams is going to be massive. You have to respect Demon Kite on this Akai as well. Look at this, already early action. Light going to take quite a bit of damage, has to flicker out early on. Ryzen not going to want to commit just yet. So again, push and pull, and it doesn't end just yet as Ryzen gets taken down here. First blood going over to Aqua.
Yeah, awesome rotation there by Nasir, just in time to clean up and pick up the remnants of this skirmish. RSG-PH, again, having the early lead here. And this is exactly what you would expect, though. The Thamas is going to be able to get a hit, so is the Yve in the mid lane. Right now, Light trying to press that advantage a little, rotating down the bottom side, but there also is Chaknu to babysit Kelra a little bit.
It's a little worrying for me for the side of RSG-PH that none of them have opted to go for that Purify spell. So if Chakno goes in for those moments, which he usually is able to do, it's kind of difficult for RSG-PH to maneuver around that unless they can bait that out beforehand. But as you can see here, once again, both roamers here, Light as well as Chakno, opening up vision for their team.
Renzio actually going to be the focus. Now in the top lane, they grab another kill here. Again, going over to Aqua. Big pickup here early on, 2 minutes in the game. Turtle now up. This should be a free one for RSG Philippines. That's the thing, right? If Aqua, hold that thought. Emon being the focus here. 2 versus 1. Pops the blazing duet. Kelra not able to kill here. So that was a committed kind of action from Smart Omega to response with the turtle. And this is crazy, right? Because again, this is going against the grain of the previous 4 games. Right now, it doesn't stop yet. Kelra gonna be the focus. Real world manipulation comes down. Light trying to cut him off. Kelra trying to run, takes quite a bit of damage himself. Light, you gotta be careful. There's the way of the dragon. He finds the kill.
Oh no, and E2Max here a little late to the party. He is trying to follow up on that damage onto Light, but unfortunately, he came a little bit too late to the party. So now RSG Philippines with the pickoffs on the board with the turtle in their pocket. They are leading with a 1.5k gold lead.
Yeah, I think right now, RSG-PH, the ball's in their court. They need to be able to take this lead, snowball it even further, or better still, turn that into kills and objectives. That's exactly what they've been looking for so far. Kelra down bottom, amazing jukes there in the real manipulation. Unfortunately, was still taken down, and RSG, they're not letting up, trying to press on the aggression here in the bottom side.
Yeah, there's going to be some pressure a lot here on Kelra. Like I said, they don't want to just let him free farm here. We know exactly what can happen on any type of carry pick, whichever team decides to pick carry. And now, look at the focus, right? It's all in this bottom gold lane. Meanwhile, somewhat of an eternal battle at the top, Thamus versus Esmeralda, but they do need to slow things down the best they can. Demon Kite gonna lock down Ryzen with the heavy spin. Does he have the follow-up? There's no one there just yet. Now Naz comes in a little bit too late. Light not able to help out either. And right now, they're just trying to invade the jungle, take the buffs from Ryzen. They don't want to give him an easy, kind of just a free roam on this jungle pick right now. Renzio trying to help him out, but again, it's going to be secured. Emon now in trouble. Kelra looking for a kill here. Finds Emon as he falls. Kelra grabbing a kill.
Yeah, a lot of trades have happened on the board here for both teams. It does seem like RSG, they're playing very aggressively into that top line, knowing that the next objective is there, and so that is going to be secured, as well as the buff coming in from Omega. But it is going to be Kelra here with 1 kill on the board. They have looked for some sort of compensation as of yet.
RRG-PH, they are looking to end this game, right? They are on a timer here. The moment this reaches the later part of the game, they're gonna have a difficult time chunking down the HP bars of Omega. So that's why they really, really need to capitalize on this lead that they have now. Iman dying there was not good for RRG-PH. And actually, he's picked up the flicker this time instead of the sprint on the clock.
Ooh, Light. I don't know if that's the Light spider sense there, but he knew they were there, so he forces them back. So this is already a turret secured here for RSG Philippines. They're going to start continuing on with this lead. They have the 2.4K gold lead. They will most likely go in for a lane swap too, but meanwhile in the top lane, Naz versus Renzio. Looking to get the kill here. Can he find him? Renzio still has the shield. Here comes Ryzen though. Naz could be in trouble. Pops the Vengeance. It's a 2 versus 1. This man knows how to play, but hold on. They focus him down and Naz falls.
Man, it took 2 members from the side of Omega to commit on to Makunaz himself in order for him to get taken down. He is so good in that EXP lane, buying so much time and baiting a lot of man resources coming in from Omega, whereas Demon Kite in the meanwhile has just secured and been so aggressive into the jungle of Omega.
I mean, I'd say that's still a win for RSG. Just one person alone, Naz, bought so much time, like you said, for them to be able to take the mid-tier 1 turret, and this clears so much space for them in terms of map control, especially now that the turtle is spawning. You can see that RRG-PH already have the better position on this objective.
Wondering again, does Smart Omega just allow, 3 turtles just through, right? They don't have to fight these, to be honest. That's what we've seen before. So right now, 3 turtles going to be secured by RSG Philippines as they look to continue on the turrets in the top lane, forcing everybody back here. Smart Omega, meanwhile, at the bottom lane, it's the continued 1 versus 1. At what point does Smart Omega choose to actually be aggressive, or do they just continue on to be on the defensive?
I mean, they need to wait for those power spikes to hit, but meanwhile here, Naz caught in a weird situation.
No, this one could be it, but look at Naz. Pops the Vengeance, forcing 3 members of Smart Omega back here. That's how confident he is. Here comes Light. Who's Light gonna catch? Forcing Ryzen back now. There's gonna be the dawning light. Naz quite low here. Ryzen trying to roll out. Jack New there, just waiting patiently here. That's gonna be the knockup. They find the way of the dragon as 1 falls for Smart Omega.
Chase was so long. I almost thought they might fall into a bait of sorts by Omega, but still being able to take Ryzen down there, so extremely well played. Now RSG, they are at about a 3K gold lead ahead of Omega. Not super far ahead yet, but they are definitely looking to press this on. As you can see, map state 3 turrets already down, so RSG feels like they've put a pedal to the metal.
Oh, right now, another way the dragon is going to find the connection here. At 2 Max falls.
This is the decision-making of Light, just showing how strong it's going to work here. He's already 3-0.
Oh no, this isn't looking good for the side of Omega at all. Already 4,000 gold lead, 4 turrets, 3 turtles. I do understand this is the way that Omega plays. They don't want to try and contest all these objectives on the board and wait for the power spikes to happen. But you're right, when is that going to be? Because they are so behind, it's going to take quite a while for Kelra to build those initial items, those very imperative items, as well as to wait on the power spikes coming in from E2 Max. He does already have that item built up, so maybe perhaps he can use that Dawning Light a little bit more effectively as well as more in duration.
Yeah, I think as the game goes on, right, it gets a lot lower here, but already confidence showing. They're going to go ahead and work on this normal Lord up. It's only 8, almost 9 minutes into the game. Smart Omega not even around this, really. They don't even care about this first Lord. They're just going to give it in the hands here of Demon Kindness. He goes ahead and gets the Retribution off. Meanwhile, now's going to focus on N2 Max here, forcing them back a little bit. Light now making his way up. Could be looking for a target if he decides to get in. Flicker's almost up here. Not going to be able to get it yet. N2 Max in trouble. Demon Kite under turret here, forcing them back as N2 Max is now fallen. Light once again. Can he find it? There's the combination. Gets the way of the dragon. And another kill goes to RSG Philippines.
Light being an absolute beast on this troll right now. Getting that 2-man knockup as well as the Flicker ult onto Omega. My goodness. And now 9 minutes into the game, RSG-PH, they are looming over Omega's bases here with the Lord coming up, charging up the top side. They're also putting pressure on this mid lane.
I mean, every single one of the members of RSG, they're playing so insanely. Nats dealing out so much damage, but also able to sustain the damage given to him, as well as Light being able to take those really critical plays as the real-world manipulation here gets popped up.
Look how much damage that's doing, Rezio! He gets taken down, but here comes Chaknu. He's going to get stunned by the heavy spin. 2 fall for Smart Omega, and RSG Philippines could be looking to do something, but Kelra grabs a kill. This is the aggression that they want. Nas could be in trouble. Ryzen, you got to be careful here. And 2 Max with the Mystic Field. So far, they buy a little time, but they find a couple kills too.
So much damage being output with that real-world manipulation, and he was only able to get that Holy Crystal after that fight. So expect more damage output coming in from Aqua, as in addition to the slow coming in with that Ice Queen wand.
I mean, great plays now by RSG. Didn't manage to take down any of the inhibitors, but still it was a good push. And now looking at the items, Kelra actually picking up the Wind of Nature already, so he's going to be able to mitigate some of that damage coming especially from Iman's Blazing Duet.
Yeah, a lot of this relies, right, on Kelra. He already has that Wind of Nature, so that's a little more defensive here for him. Has the sprint too, right? So positioning is going to be crucial for Kelra. Again, Chaknu has to be making those Mamba plays of his on this Kufa. That's really what he's trying to do here too. But unfortunately, there just hasn't been enough follow-up yet because of the gap in terms of gold and items. So as they buy time, they can lower that gap and then start to follow up on those sets coming out from Chaknu.
Okay, in game number 1, Omega was behind 10,000 gold and they were able to still win that game. So there is still definitely a possibility that Omega can come back from this. So let's not lose hope for now as we wait on the power spikes to continue to progress for the side of Omega. E2 Max has not yet gotten that lightning truncheon, so the damage output is still not at max capacity. But meanwhile, RSG-PH with their beautiful setups, they are going ahead to take this next objective in that Lord.
Yeah, and I think the difference here is that Omega definitely is geared with a better draft this time to take late game. So even though it sounds similar to game 1, I think it is on RSG-PH to close this game out as soon as they can. Now they've secured the Lord completely for free. Omega not even going to contest this, so very, very disciplined, knowing that they need to just drag this game out for as long as possible, but they're going to have to put up one big defense here.
Wow, look at the damage dealt here from Navs, right? Like I said, this is a signature
possible?
hero. Yeah, it's Navs on Thamus, right? This is one of his signature hero picks from the previous seasons. He knows exactly how to play this into the Esmeralda, and now already base can be cracked open here for Smart Omega. They're gonna have to defend their minds out. as they work on the Lord. Mid turret's gonna be taken down here. Dawning Light comes out. Renzio goes in with a falling star moon. Real world manipulation comes down, forcing them back here. Light finds someone, but they're all gonna be up just now. Chaknu's gonna charge up, and it's okay. They do lose 2 turrets, but no one goes down.
Yeah, so far still, no, I really almost thought Chaknu was going to pull the trigger there, especially since Aqua has already expended that huge ultimate. But I guess Omega, they know that they have to wait it out, so still going to just, you know, be a bit more disciplined here, a bit more patient, as well as they look to just clear up the lanes.
Yeah, this is difficult for Omega. Sure, Kelra already has a Scarlet Phantom as well, so we can see the damage already kind of building, but not to max capacity. And Aqua on top of it already with the glowing wand being taken for himself. KDA of 404, so in addition to the slow, in addition to the damage from that Holy Crystal as well, we can already feel the dot that is going to be a huge factor in this upcoming game.
There you go, Light with the Way of the Dragon. Real World Manipulation goes down. Look at Emon! Finds Yetu Max with the Blazing Duet. But Renzio trying to turn this one around. Emon might be a little overextended. Takes quite a bit of damage himself. Demon Kite there trying to block them off. Renzio, you have to be careful here. Only one falls for Smart Omega. That could have been way worse than what happened.
Wow, but they're just so quick. You can see RSG, the moment they got what they want, they got E2 Max, they immediately retreated, and Chaknu, even though he was trying to find that counter engage, he just couldn't close the gap.
Oh man, this is, yeah, like you said, Eterna, this is a tough situation. They have to be really careful on where they engage. And if you notice too, right, again, a lot of that damage is front-loaded on this carry as another item is secured here. They got to be careful here. Renzio, Demon Kite gonna zone them out with the heavy spin. Next Lord gonna be up in 20 seconds. It would surprise me if Smart Omega does not actually want to contest the next Lord, because how long? How long can they just defend in their base? I mean, we've seen it before. They proved us wrong before. But do you really want to continue to lose turret after turret in your base with a charged up Lord coming in?
It all depends if Chaknu can find a moment or not, because without a proper setup coming in from Chaknu or even Ryzen perhaps on the Bucks, it's going to be very difficult for Kelra to deal out the damage because of that lack in range that the carry is currently facing. So RSG-PH, they just need to be able to situate themselves in a way that they're not grouped up, and they are definitely going to be able to win this Lord without any contest.
You can see that Renzio's positioning himself, giving vision to his team as well on this Lord. So potentially they might want to contest this. Ryzen also making his way down slowly to this objective. Now it's getting harder and harder for RSG now to be able to take these team fights really cleanly, and so they definitely have to be careful.
Look at Light coming in from the back. He's going to be looking for a target here. Lord's still going to be worked on. Renzio's got to be careful too. Now the rest of RSG Philippines going to focus on the Lord. No one's going to go just yet. Who's going to secure this one? Light takes quite a bit of damage. It's going to be secured here by Demon Kite, and that one is taken by them. He has to use the heavy spin to buy some time, but he's going to fall here. Killing spree for Kelra as he finds Demon Kite, but now they have to defend against the Lord.
One member taken down for the side of RSG, and you could see that E2 Max was waiting to pop out that Dawning Light to be able to secure or steal away the Lord. Unfortunately, it came out a second too late, and RSG-PH, Demon Kite, was able to get that even though he got taken down in return.
That was a bit too close for comfort for me, honestly. On RSG, Light trying to find the flank, but at the same time, you cannot just walk up into Kelra at this point. But the knockup comes on to Chaknu here. The flicker will not save him as Iman dives back into them with the Blazing Duet here. Does not get any more kills, but Ryzen taking a lot of damage. Knockup comes through, so does the damage, and he falls as well. Kelra trying to escape from the real manipulation, but he does not get it. He falls as well, gets sealed in the body bag, and now Renzio getting a consolation prize onto RSG-PH, but they're going for the end here. They're trying to do it. The damage on the core. It's gonna be RSG-PH that takes game number 5.
The King Slayers add another king to their list as they defeat the Kings of C. They head to a rematch versus RRQ in the Grand Finals. GG RSG.
GG RSG as they were able to take game number 5 in a very dominant fashion. Smart Omega was unable at all to be able to take that momentum that was already built from the side of RSG in the first place. So officially, we have to announce a king has been dethroned. The King of the Sea is going to step down to crown a new King of the Sea 2022.
Whew. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting day, right? Wow. What a performance there for the last game, right? Game number 5. I feel like, too, Smart Omega was just, they needed to buy a little more time. RSG Philippines not going to let that happen this time. You can see them all celebrating here. The good sportsmanship, too. You know, this is either way, right? If you're a fan of the Philippine teams, this was going to be a tough day here. So we see RSG Philippines moving forward for that rematch. And a lot of people, who knows how that's going to go, right? We'll talk about that tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. 4-1, and this time in the rematch, 3-2. RSG-PH. Just look at their faces, so happy. Oh, well,
who's that? Who's crying right now?
There's gonna be winners and losers, but just look at this. RSG comforting members of Omega.
I mean, think, you know, you're that close to making history yourself, right? Could have been back-to-back MSC champions, but hey, they fought hard. They fought super hard here in the lower bracket. I mean, they did their best, playing their hearts out, and you can hear the crowd, right?
Oh, they're chanting for Omega, guys.
Yeah.
Wow, I mean, the emotions are just running wild here at MyTech. As you can see, so much support coming in from even the RSG fans to give them, hey, you know, that was a nice try. You did so well. But it is going to be us, RSG, ascending to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we could expect, right? And I just want to give a moment here to the players here as they fought really hard and one country behind both of these teams.
Yeah, I think as we approach the end of this, you can see the players making their way back off stage. MyTech Kuala Lumpur, can we give it up one last time for these two teams? RSG Philippines and Omega, Smart Omega, both from the Philippines. Let's hear it!
Man.
There you go.
I'm just... you know, that's what I love about MLBB, right? Like, you always are able to crown a champion in a particular game, but who else ends up there? It's always the person who loses. And when you see the faces of those who lose, it kind of breaks your heart a little. But I guess that's what competition entails. And I'm just so excited to see the breakdown of that particular game. It must have been huge.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you wanna look at the upside of this, hey, we got 5 games. We got 5 awesome games, actually. Just very intense. It wasn't just. I mean, I'm glad it wasn't a sweep, right? Because this again shows too just how much improvement Smart Omega has had since even the MPL Grand Final, right? So hopefully they can just take this as a learning process as well, because they're that much stronger now, and it's just amazing. We are going to hear from Mara, of course, out there on the stage. Again, GGWP to both teams. Mara, take it away.
I'm here in the room of our grand finalist, RSG Philippines. Demon Kite, come on over here. Demon Kite, Demon Kite. My goodness, I can see how happy you are. You're a fairly young team. This is most of your first time in the international scene. And now you get to represent the Philippines for the grand finals of MSC 2022. Tell us how meaningful this moment is for you.
Ito kasi yung pinapangarap namin buong team, yung hindi lang patunayan sa MPL na malakas kami, kundi sa Southeast Asia at sa susunod sa international na din. Sobrang emotional na din namin mga players kasi kanina halos mag-breakdown na din ako. Parang halos pa. Pero sabi ko sa sarili ko, nandyan lang naman kampi ko para ibangon ulit kami.
He's saying that this is their dream, to prove that they're not just strong in MPL Philippines, but to be able to represent the country for MSC and for more international tournaments. Earlier, he was actually feeling down, and he had this feeling of almost feeling down, basically, but then you remember this team. You know what? I'm going to say something your manager, Lexi, shared with me earlier. After game number 1, the entire team actually had to go outside. You were screaming in the air to let off some steam, and you were actually crying. You had an emotional moment. Tell us what happened. Why exactly were you emotional after game number 1?
Yung sa laban siguro namin ngayon, di rin kasi namin expect na matatalo kami ng RRQ, ganun kala namin magiging close fight. Pero
Game 1 for Smart Omega.
hindi, yung parang story niya. Yun, parang nagsabay-sabay yung pagod, tapos yung gulo sa utak ko kung ano yung gagawin ko. Ganun. Parang kailangan ko siya ilabas kasi hindi ko siya pwede kim-kimin, lalo na papalapit namin sa Grand Finals.
He got very emotional after their loss to RRQ Hoshi, and he was keeping it in, and he felt that he shouldn't keep it in, so he went outside to scream it out, let it off, so it doesn't stay in. Now, let's talk about the difficulty of having to eliminate the kings of Southeast Asia, Smart Omega. How difficult was it for the lower bracket finals this time around?
Sobrang hirap nila kalaban kasi grabe yung puso nila sa laro. Tsaka yung tapang nila na kahit ano mangyari talagang ipaglalaban nila yung gusto nila ipaglaban. Ganun. Kaya good game sa Omega. Ang lakas nyo sobra. Tsaka bounce back strong.
Saying that Smart Omega is such a difficult opponent to beat because they have such a big heart and they have such courage. And he's saying thank you to Smart Omega. But let's talk about, I saw you, Atomax was really emotional. And we understand that because he really wanted to defend the title. He had his head down. He was also emotional. You went to hug him. What did you tell him?
Sabi ko lang kay Tito Max, bawi, ganun. Kasi alam naman namin kung gano'n nila gusto mag-champion ulit sa MSC, ganun. Tsaka marami pa namang chance, di naman naubos ang chance.
He went to Atomax and he told them that they could still make it up for the next tournament. They know how strong it is to come back stronger because they know how strong Smart Omega is. Now tomorrow, you're going to be going up against RRQ Hoshi. Let's talk about your thoughts about RRQ Hoshi. And if there's any player there that you think is going to give you some problems, who do you think that is?
Sa tingin ko si Skylar.
Si Skylar. Why Skylar?
Kasi yung game style niya, parang winawasak niya yung position ng team namin, ganun. Kaya parang sobrang hirap na hirap kami sa clash.
Skylar is such a hard and difficult opponent because he ruins the team style, especially during clash. Now, okay, Coach Panda is watching you right now. What is your message to Coach Panda right now and to all the Filipinos? I know you're so happy. Go ahead.
Salamat sa mga sumuporta sa amin, lalo na kay Coach Panda, kay Coach G, sa lahat ng tao dito, sa mga boss namin, sa management ng RSG, ganun. Sa family ko, sa family ng girlfriend ko, sa girlfriend at saka sa mga Pilipinong sumusuporta sa amin ng tone na yun. Sa susunod na laban namin sa RRQ, bibigyan na talaga namin ng magandang laban.
He's thanking all the fans of the Philippines, Coach Panda, for always supporting his girlfriend and everybody that's continually supporting them. And he promises with RRQ Hoshi, they're going to give it their best. Now, Diminkite, let's lead your team for the last cheer of the day. Go ahead. Let's gather everybody. Go ahead.
Ako ba mag-cheer?
Yes, you lead the entire team. Go ahead. Let's watch them.
Hello.
Meron pa ako. 1. Rise! 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 GG!
GG RSG. Take a look at how happy they are. Our grand finalists for MSC 2022. Now let's hand on over to break things down for us. Let's take it to our analyst.
Quite an emotional night here at MyTech for the Filipino versus Filipino Grand Finals. Let's break down game number 5 between Smart Omega and RSG-PH. At your service, my name is Leo. This here is Lafel, and that last match was quite the tempo break. It did not go as long nor as back and forth as any of the previous games in this best of 5 ever did.
Well, Leo, I'm closing my tablet, man, because again, that was such an emotional turn of events. Like looking at the interview as well, I don't know, man. Hats off to both teams. Omega did super well. Hopefully Itomax recovers because he is such an amazing mid laner. However, we do have to say congratulations for the side of RSG. They're going to fight against RRQ again. But right now, let's go back to being professionals and look at the itemization for both these teams.
Love it. Let's do our job. Looking at the lineup from both teams, actually, they have quite just literally turned the status quo on its head. They have changed the rules of the game. Valentina, get out of here. Cho, gonna be hot. Kufra, great answer, but it just was not enough. This game ended under 18 minutes, and Nats just carried just half of the map. He literally, for the first 5 minutes, just said, on me, on me.
I gotta say, because of Nats, now I really want to play the Tamus because his Tamus was so amazing. Now, the thing is, looking at itemization, he went really aggressive. The Croatian side, making sure that no one else could run away, and having the Demon Hunter Sword, making sure that he can sustain as well as dish out a lot of damage. Now I want to look at Kelra on his itemization. He's focusing on the crits, making sure that if Iman or Aqua is out of position, he can kill them off very, very fast, just because Carry with the critical items, she can delete any squishies very, very fast, and then just waiting on the passive damage to take out any of the tanky heroes. So overall, for the side of Kara, it is a very high risk, high reward kind of build. But again, the Tamus over here just creating so much space. I wouldn't be surprised if he did the most amount of damage.
Yep, the most damage. We'll see it here on screen in just a bit, but the story here, in the shortest way possible of explaining it, is RSG-PH out-timed or outpaced Omega. Their plan was to have Kelra burst, as you mentioned, and then Etomax be back up all across the map, but it was just too fast for Omega to respond. Most damage dealt, it's on Nats, yes.
Yeah, it's not just the most damage dealt, he took the most damage. Like, you know what, everyone, just keep piling on me. I will carry RSG Philippines to meet with RRQ again. That is a phenomenal Tamus play. Like, even if he dies, it looks good.
Yep, not only in team fights, but also just in the whole pace of the whole game. He zoned out Omega, not just from just engagement, but from objectives. Not a single tower was touched by smart Omega, and that is the power and the prowess of the Grand Finals MVP from MPL Philippines Season 9. But for the MVP here in game number 5, here in lovely Kuala Lumpur, my tech is none other than Aqua. Not a single death, 707. Eve, these days, it's usually good, right? It's usually good, but you just have to watch out for what to cancel it. And yes, there was Chaknu on the Kufra, but again, you have Nats basically playing a bodyguard.
Yeah, the thing is, Aqua over here, making sure that his position is so good. And again, the slows with the Ice Queen wand, making sure that no one can run away when he opens the real world manipulation. And we can hear the casters gasp as well. Looking at the damage being outputted by Aqua. Honestly, 707, that's a crazy KDA based on the game that we saw just now.
In Malay, it's Gila.
Gila.
Very Gila.
Quite
Aqua.
Gila.
Aqua, he's quite kuwat. Did I use that right?
You did it correctly, and right now let's look at the highlights to see what really happened in the game. And I gotta say, a lot of these highlights we can already see how for the side of RSG, they really force things out. But the thing is, it always works out for them.
There were ways that maybe RSG-PH overstayed. There was one moment when they punished, right? That's where Kelra actually built up towards maybe the 12, 13-minute mark inside their own base. But yes, how could we have forgotten to mention Mr. Calderon, Aqua on this Eve? I love how he picked up the Flicker. Do note, Flicker, you pick it when you want to be aggressive. You want to be able to real-world manipulation, Flicker in, finish the job. You use Sprint if you feel like your life is in danger. RSG here, they came to slay.
Demon Kite as well. We gotta talk about how he really controlled the jungle ever since the early stage of the game, all the way to the later stage of the game. Looking at his emblem as well, focusing on getting attack speed as well as more damage towards minions. He made sure, basically, the jungle, you know what, is Demon Kite. So we could say that coming in from the side of Nats, Demon Kite, they controlled the map so much, gave a lot of space to Aqua, and Aqua is like, hey, thanks. Let me open the real world manipulation and no one can run away from us.
The synergy in RSG-PH's lineup was just out of this world. For Omega, they were banking on a lot of heart, a lot of execution. Again, very high concept. micro and macro decisions that did them well in a couple of games here in this best of 5, but when it came down to it, when it really mattered, game number 5, they may have thought out of their minds.
But right now, based on this win, RSG Philippines, they have one more opportunity to go up against RRQ. Rematch, but this time, it ain't a best of 5. It's a best of 7. It's going to be insane.
Yep, the Kingslayers move on to face the King of Kings. And it's an MPL ID versus MPL-PH Grand Finals here at MSC 2022. I could not think of a more poetic way to end this weekend.
Dude, like, okay. There's a lot that we can see going in for tomorrow. Either way, I feel like RRQ Hoshi watched the entire series, and I can feel that they might be sweating a little bit because Nats showed a lot. Demon Kite showed a lot. And Eman is proving that he can be quite the troublemaker.
Yep. Real quick, let's look at the updated brackets. Teams are walking out of the stadium.
They're
as
looking
we
very
speak.
happy.
They do. Kingslayers, a whole new team tonight. RRQ Hoshi from the upper bracket moves on to the grand finals as RSG-PH goes through their fellow countrymen. The Filipino versus Filipino lower bracket finals concluded in a 3-2 as they move on to that best of 7 rematch.
Oh, you know, first side of tomorrow, as a Malaysian, I'll just watch you guys from the Philippines fight it out with both Mirko as well as Athena.
You welcomed us. You welcomed us.
I
Eterna's
welcomed.
staring at me. Rachel, I see you. I see you.
Well,
I see you.
I did say before MSC even started, Malaysia, we welcome you guys to use our country as your battle stage. We welcome it because, again, it's going to be an intense match. RRQ Hoshi, I kind of feel like they might be the hungrier team here because they've tried so many times.
No doubt.
This is their time to possibly shine.
No doubt, no doubt. And tomorrow is going to be jam-packed. I'm getting over today. Today is possibly the most emotionally draining day in all of MSC 2022, but there's only one match to watch out for tomorrow, and we're starting in the afternoon, all right? Mark your calendars, 4:30 p.m. The Indo versus PH Grand Finals is happening. RRQ Hoshi versus RSG Philippines. Lofel, it's been amazing here in Kuala Lumpur, but we're not over. We're not done quite yet.
Oh, tomorrow we're going to analyze that game, and I got to say, I'm really looking forward because RRQ Hoshi, they managed to beat out RSG, but again, I kind of feel like when you lose, you just learn a little bit too much. And the thing is, they really had to claw back up because going up against Omega, it was not easy. Omega really had a lot of opportunities to make sure that RSG does not face against RRQ again. So for the match tomorrow, hopefully we beat out the PCU, making sure that the amount of viewers goes above 2.5 million.
Yep, we have beaten that record day by day by day. How about tomorrow? All the Filipinos, all the Indonesians, the Malaysians here at MyTech, everyone watching, MLBB fans all around the world, mark your calendars. Make your 4:30 onwards free, all right? You're going to want to tune in to MSC 2022. Lofel, last few words before we close out.
I just got to say, again, for the side of Omega, Etomax, keep your heart strong because you performed so well. But either way, for the side of tomorrow, RRQ going up against RSG. Who's the better R? We'll definitely see.
Who will it be? We're about to find out. On behalf of everyone making MSC 2022 possible, it's been an honor. Thank you all so much. Leo and Lofel out for tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Supremacy. We are supremacy. We are supremacy. Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all